Tomorrow is the big day when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to outline his vision for Viksit Bharat and what that means for the world. Also participating in the summit are diplomats, ambassadors, and also thinkers from across the world. It's not just geopolitics that's going to be discussed, but also science, culture, AI, and the future of the world. We also have Harini, Amarasurya, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, participating in this World Summit. We also have Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister of UK, who will be speaking at NDTV World Summit 2025. This is that one platform that brings together thinkers from across the world, hoping to find answers to some questions that the turbulence in this world has raised. We'll get to all that in just a bit, but first up, the headlines. Countdown begins to NDTV World Summit. Former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has landed in Delhi for the summit. He has met JP Nadda, BJP President. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya is also in India for the summit. It's a 3-day visit for her, her first official tour to India after she assumed charge. This is the biggest global thought ideas platform that brings together leaders from several countries.
Hi India, this is Rishi Sunak. I am thrilled to be at NDTV's World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam here in New Delhi.
I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it very much tomorrow and to meeting
Well, Prime Minister Modi's Viksit Bharat push in Andhra Pradesh today. Prime Minister inaugurates several developmental projects worth 13,000 crore. He has also promised to make Andhra Pradesh a global AI hub in the future. Sources indicate Rahul Gandhi and Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge have spoken to RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav regarding seat sharing that's stuck in a limbo in Bihar when it comes to Mahagathbandhan. Rahul Gandhi's bid for damage control and seat share tussle with VIP Chief Nitish Kumar and Amit Shah, meanwhile, will have a meeting tomorrow. Well, now to the big focus today, the big political story today. Priyank Kharge, the IT Minister in Karnataka, has once again attacked the RSS for ideological reasons. He has in fact written to Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, yet again seeking action against government employees who participate in RSS functions. He has also sought government institutions to be free of RSS activities. Now, call it a political counter, call it an ideological counter. RSS has always been a bone of contention between the BJP and the Congress party. It's also because Rahul Gandhi has been an extreme critic of the RSS. But how does the party look at this? Is it ideological? Is it political? Is it a social issue? How should one look at it? And how has the BJP responded to this? Well, BJP in Karnataka, specifically in Mandya, has reacted very sharply to Priyank Kharge's comments. They have condemned this call for boycott of the RSS with a campaign that says, "I love the RSS." Several BJP leaders have also spoken out against this, saying that this is just an attempt to malign, defame the RSS that they say is working only in the interest of the country. Let's listen in to some reactions before I bring in my guests.
Cabinet is of the opinion we come up with a new set of orders and rules that dictate how government institutions, government premises, government grounds, government-aided institutions will be utilized by private people or associations. And also public roads and public spaces. You have any function to celebrate, seek permission from the authorities, as we have told you. You cannot march at your whims and fancies. You will not be allowed to brandish sticks and intimidate people with slogans.
प्रियंका खरगे का मानसिक संतुलित वो तो बिगड़ गया है. His only credibility is a son of Mallikarjuna Kharge. उसके ही जिला में भाग्यवती सुसाइड किया. क्यों किया? लाइब्रेरियन थी, 3 महीने से उसको पगार नहीं दिया, करंट बिल पे करने के लिए पैसा नहीं था, अरेंजमेंट हो रही थी, इसके लिए वो सुसाइड किया. प्रियंका खरगे उसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए. He should not think about RSS. No one could do anything If they cannot do anything for RSS, then how you can do? You are a joker.
We should really look into it as a government. Definitely, it's high time that definitely we'll have a look into it, and definitely we'll apply mind and see to that what next has to be done.
Is this something that's going to be discussed in the cabinet today, sir, about banning RSS activities in government premises and things like
The
that?
subject is not there today as such. So whatever it is, maybe politically we have to think and apply mind towards the government and see what we can do.
ये प्रियंका खड़गे है पूरा वो पागल हो गया है वो हिंदू के खिलाफ आरएसएस के खिलाफ वो एक उनका बुद्धि भ्रष्ट हो गया है इसलिए ऐसा बयान दे रहे हैं देखेंगे ये 2 बार क्या करते हैं फिर हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करना में आएगा तभी हम राष्ट्रीय संघ का हर एक कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने का हम नया प्रावधान करेंगे.
Well, joining us now is Samrudh Hegde, who's a spokesperson of the Congress party. We have Rajlakshmi Joshi. She's a political analyst. We also have Nikhil Jain. He's a political analyst as well. He supports the Congress party. He's anti-RSS. And we have Sajjan Kumar, who's an author and an analyst. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Samrudh Hegde, to you first. This is the 100th year of the RSS. The RSS has 1 lakh shakhas across the country. People participating in these shakhas are not... they're all people from the society. Don't you think that the Congress, specifically in Karnataka, by taking such strong position against the RSS that actually gets members from society, is politically alienating itself from a significant section of the society?
Vasudha, let us begin with some unassailable facts. No organization, association, cooperative or cultural group is above the law. And all of them must operate within the ambit of law. And secondly, that the Constitution is supreme and the loyalty to constitutional ideals is not an option. What role does an unregistered, unregulated, unaccountable organization that conveniently shapeshifts as a cultural organization when convenient and a political organization when profitable, and that doesn't believe in plurality, secularism and equality, what role do they have in our public schools? In our public premises? Public spaces are sacred spaces and they don't belong to one faith, one group, one community or one ideology. They must always remain neutral grounds and not become ideological playgrounds where any organization is allowed to function as a factory of prejudice. When a school becomes a shaka, education turns into indoctrination. Now Vasudha, here is a very order of 2013, when the BJP was in power in Karnataka, banning any private institution from functioning in schools. Here's the order. Is the Karnataka government being pulled up for upholding the law?
Recording in progress.
Very clearly states that any government servant will not participate in a political function.
Rajlakshmi Joshi here. Rajlakshmi Joshi, how do you look at the fact that there are governments even the BJP government across the country who have actually brought in these notifications? I don't agree that they actually meant the intent of it, because sometimes these notifications do come out without a lot of people really knowing this. But one point that Mr. Hegde points out is very important, is that this is ideological counter, this is political counter. How do you, as a woman, as a person, look at the RSS? Do you think the Congress's opposition of the RSS is also in some way steeped in its understanding or lack of understanding of the RSS?
Hello, Vasudha. And yes, you have very rightly said that this all stems from a lack of understanding of the RSS, basically. So it is I would just want to remind everyone that the RSS is a social organization. It is not a political one. And the ideology is that of Vyakti Nirman and of Rashtra Nirman. So that is the basic ideology, and that is Rashtra Sarvopari. That is the basic idea behind it. So if anyone who has ever visited any shakha would see that or any event of the RSS, will see that they have songs which are dedicated to Bharat Mata. It is not about any particular religion. So yes, they definitely talk about Hindu culture, they talk about Sanatan culture, because that is the culture of Bharat. That you cannot deny. The basic problem that was happening during the British colonial rule was that they wanted us to shed all our cultural roots. They wanted us to let go of all our gurukuls. They wanted us to let go of our pride in our own country, in our own culture. So all of that.
Okay, let me get a Nikhil Jain here. Nikhil Jain, the fact that a lot of people believe that the understanding of the RSS that the Congress seems to have is in some ways a warped understanding of the RSS. They talk about Golwalkar, they talk about, Savarkar, who was not even part of the RSS. Is there any criticism that you think is relevant in contemporary times, apart from the ideological aspect of it? Because that really, those battle lines are drawn there. But the fact that the RSS has also evolved in the last many years, does the Congress party take cognizance of that fact?
Vasudha, I really believe that the RSS has not really evolved in the past 100 years. They're just pretending to evolve to be more palatable to the Indian people. India as a country, and not from the past 100 years, 70, 80 years of being a republic, but from the many past centuries, is a secular and tolerant country. You look at the history of India, that for over 200-300 years, we had a Mughal empire, right? A Muslim empire. Then we had a Christian colonial administration. Despite that, we remained and continued with the religion of Hinduism as a majority religion. Despite that, Hinduism continued to be practiced in many different forms. You have the Vaishnavites, you have the Shaivites. But the RSS's idea of India is that of a particular form of practice of Hinduism, is an idea that does not have any space for people belonging to other religions. And I think that is where the problem lies. RSS, you cannot look at RSS by divorcing it from with its ideology, right? And in the contemporary times, you ask me how is it relevant? I'll tell you.
Right.
Who's the current chief of the RSS? He is a man and a Brahmin. Who was the previous chief? Same. Who was the chief before that? Same. RSS is an organization which is essentially pulling the levers of the central government. And yet they are an organization that would
Okay, let me get in Sajjan Kumar here. Sajjan Kumar, the identity factor is very important here because Mallikarjun Kharge or Priyank Kharge's criticism of the RSS becomes all the more important because they come from the SC community. Does that also in some ways show the apprehension of the RSS? Because this is one community, the deprived sections are also the sections that the RSS wants to desperately reach out to. Do you also agree that sometimes criticism or calls for boycott coming from leaders who come from these communities, who represent these communities, are far more, a challenge for the RSS and the BJP than, say, a regular criticism, something like that Rahul Gandhi says?
Well, I mean, that has been a challenge, but we've seen the subalternization of RSS outreach from winning over a majority of reaching out to the plank of Samarasta. It is equality in endorsing their cultural identity along the welfare schemes. Now, in Karnataka, question is not about the question is about the two sort of SC community, the right, and we do know.
Okay, let me bring in Samrudh Hegde now. Samrudh, the call for boycott never works because, even the Congress party has banned a lot of things in the past. It really doesn't work because in a free society, any ban, any boycott only is counterproductive. Do you think that this move in some ways will not really work for the Congress party because at the end of the day, people will have the freedom to make their own choices?
Vasudha, I think the question is being misinterpreted. There is no question of any ban as yet. And it seems like as if reason flies above the head of the RSS. The only talk right now is that RSS is not above the law and that they should follow the law. It's as simple as that. If you're operating inside Karnataka, if you're operating inside India, you follow the law. You follow the law, you can do whatever you want, whatever activities. And without mincing words, RSS is an organization
but what are the unlawful activities that they have done that you think is a problem for society? Samrudh, what are the unlawful activities that they have done? Can you quote some examples that you think are really problematic for Karnataka, for the society? What do you think these activities are?
Vasudha, there's no requirement to go that far. If they are an organization that is unregistered, can an unregistered organization be allowed to use public spaces? It's as simple as that. And can a public servant who is duty bound to act in the favor of every single Indian who has to serve every single Indian equally and not any particular sector or ideology, and it is mandated by the civil service rules, is he allowed to participate in political functions? It is as simple as that. And if he is doing so, and if an organization is allowed to permitted to function in a public space, it is illegal. That is all we're saying. Where is the mistake in that? Why is it being blown out of proportion?
Okay, let me get a response from Rajalakshmi Joshi. Yeah. Samruddh is making a very clear point. He's saying that, you can be ideological if you want, but don't bring it to offices. Offices are supposed to be secular. You cannot, be an RSS worker in a government office. In some ways, you cannot use the playground of a government school for a shakha or, invite an RSS dignitary as a chief guest in the school, because that shows ideological projection and posturing, and that shouldn't be allowed in government. Would you agree with that?
Vasudha, I find that strange because, RSS was definitely banned thrice by the Congress government itself. They speak a lot about freedom of this, freedom of that, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and whatnot. But then they're the ones who have actually put a lot of bans on all these, on an organization like the RSS. See, it was banned thrice. Once in 1948 after Gandhiji's assassination, then during the emergency, and I think during the Babri Masjid demolition. So on 3 occasions. But then they were for short periods of time, and there is absolutely no evidence or no conclusion as such that there has been any unlawful or anything that is against the interests of the people or against the interests of the country. So that is something that is strange. So saying
right.
that
remarks from Sajjan Kumar, does it also mean the RSS has failed to convince the political class that it is an organization, hundreds years of existence, but it is also inclusive, accommodating? Is that something that the RSS has failed to convince the political class of?
Vasudha, I look at it as a kind of a narrative being built up by the
Sajjan Kumar, yeah.
See, this narrative. Yeah,
Sajjan Kumar, yeah.
Okay, this okay? I don't think he's on the...
Last word from Nikhil Jain, please. Do you think that the RSS has failed to convince the political class?
Please let me just let me make a point. Let us have a fair debate where the RSS point of view...
Okay, ma'am, you just made your point. I have to get in the last word from Nikhil Jain because I have to wrap this debate now. Nikhil Jain.
There are 2 people speaking for the Congress and they're talking against the RSS, and the RSS point of view is not being put across, Vasudha. So let me put across a point saying that the RSS...
time is completely up. We'll have to take this discussion someday later, and this is an evolving topic, ma'am, and we'll get to discuss this quite often. Yes, of course, another bone of contention with the RSS being the flashpoint yet again in the state of Karnataka, with Priyank Khadge asking for a check on government employees taking part in RSS activities. He has asked for action to be taken against them. We'll have to wait and see how the BJP looks at that. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi. This 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
5 round fire.
Every takeoff is like, gives you the pump, gives you the adrenaline back.
चल नहीं सकती हम लोग।
Okay, let's
कौन सी
go,
टीम जीतती है?
जीत तो गई। Ball, guys,
बहुत बड़ी वाली बना रहा हूँ। आई एम हैप्पी कि जलेबी ऐसी बनी है।
नीला के दिन पैग वाली है, बंदे पंगड़े गदी दी डिग्गी खोल के। सिख में दे दे तू पंजाबी टच, नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच, नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vikas.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More.
Hi India, this is Rishi Sunak. I am thrilled to be at NDTV's World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam here in New Delhi. I'm looking forward to discussing the future of global growth with India's rising stars. And of course, looking forward to seeing my good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and meeting the young leaders who are shaping the future. I'll see you there.
We are living through a threshold moment. The uncertainties that once governed our world are dissolving, making space for new possibilities, new paradigms and new questions. It is in this dynamic, uncertain now that the NDTV World Summit 2025 sets its compass towards what must be discovered, what needs to be imagined, and what we should define collectively.
The catchphrase is for the greater good. For ultimately, that is what defines the world of which we too are a part of. A world shaped as much by complexity as by contradictions. It is in this world that such a summit aims but for an aggregation of conversations. NDTV World Summit 2025 is going to be the gathering of thought leaders who come to question the familiar, the uncertain, and to explore what must now be reimagined and newly understood. The NDTV World Summit 2025 is designed to mark an extraordinary moment in global dialogue. It is bringing together some of the most influential voices of the times. Among them, two serving Prime Ministers, Narendra Modi of India and Harini Amarasurya of Sri Lanka. Two former Prime Ministers, Rishi Sunak of the United Kingdom and Tony Abbott of Australia. Their rare presence together are a powerful reflection of the summit's stature and importance in shaping the most urgent and important conversations of the now.
The NDTV World Summit will be held on the 17th and 18th of October 2025 in New Delhi. The theme of the 2025 edition, Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve, Renewal. It captures the essence of this threshold moment in history. It is an invitation to confront uncertainty with imagination, to see resolve not as reaction, but as deliberate intention, and to embrace renewal not as a return to the past, but as the creation of futures yet to be defined.
The 2025 edition of the NDTV World Summit will bring together an extraordinary gathering of minds, heads of state, business architects, innovators, and voices of moral imagination to engage in a new kind of dialogue. A dialogue rooted in courageous questioning, in thought exploration of what it means to navigate complexity with clarity and conscience. She is called the quantum ballerina, a scientist who splits her time between physics labs and ballet studios. Dr. Merit Moore, Oxford physicist, quantum researcher and professional ballerina, joins the NDTV World Summit in New Delhi, bringing science, art and inspiration together all on one stage. From working on cutting-edge quantum technology to performing graceful pirouettes under stage lights, Merit Moore represents the spirit of balance between reason and rhythm, logic and imagination. Known for her groundbreaking work in quantum computing and robotics, Moore has also danced with some of the world's top ballet companies, proving that science and art can't just coexist, but even thrive together. At the NDTV World Summit, Dr. Merit Moore will explore how artificial intelligence and human intelligence can co-create the future, and why emotional creativity might just be humanity's next big advantage.
As the world moves between contradiction and creativity, between exhaustion and emergence, the NDTV World Summit 2025 will stand as a stage for reconciliation, for possibility and for vision. It will be where dissolving certainties are confronted and tomorrow's ideas are forged. It will be where India's story of ambition, reinvention and resilience is placed at the center of the global dialogue.
For nearly 3 decades, Professor Tarun Khanna studied entrepreneurship as a means to social and economic development in emerging markets. Today, he teaches a course titled Contemporary Developing Countries at Harvard Business School. Professor Khanna has been teaching at the Harvard Business School since 1993 courses of significance to the growing mind, courses on strategy, international business, and economic development. At the NDTV World Summit, Professor Khanna will be sharing his views on emerging markets and entrepreneurship and talking about his personal experiences with the interdisciplinary exploration of the roots of meritocracy while sharing lessons on entrepreneurship in the context of societal attributes like dynamism and inequality. Under the stewardship of Neil Thompson, NDTV World Summit 2025 will probe the concept of the rise of machines in a world of human needs. Does it lead to command or does it lead to chaos? Neil Thompson is the expert to guide this conversation as he is an innovation scholar at MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab and the Initiative on the Digital Economy. He did his PhD in Business and Public Policy at UC Berkeley, where he also did a master's in Computer Science and Statistics. Additionally, he has a master's in Economics from the London School of Economics and undergraduate degrees in Physics and International Development. Neil Thompson advises businesses and government on the future of Moore's Law and machine learning and has been on US National Academy's panels on transformational technologies and scientific reliability. He was previously an assistant professor of innovation and strategy at the MIT Sloan School of Management, where he co-directed the Experimental Innovation Lab, the XLab. So who better than Neil Thompson to talk about the rise of machines and the human dependency on AI fraught with challenge. Born in March 1970 in Gal on Sri Lanka's southwestern coast, she came to India on a scholarship. Harini Amarasurya enrolled in Delhi University's Hindu College, where she completed her BA Honours in Sociology and went on to earn a Master's in Applied Anthropology and Development from Macquarie University in Australia and a doctorate in Social Anthropology from the University of Edinburgh. She had had no inkling that she would end up as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. The universe works in mysterious ways. Her career began in community health, and in 2024, she became the third woman to hold the post of Prime Minister in Sri Lanka. The Prime Minister of Sri Lanka entered mainstream politics when her work in the humanitarian sector brought her in conflict with those who had the power to dictate to the future. In 2011, when the Rajapaksas were in absolute power, Harini was one of those who protested against the government. And when the Maithripala Sirisena government came to power in 2015, she turned left towards the Marxist-Leninist political party Janata Vimukti Peramuna. On day one of the NDTV World Summit 2025, Dr. Harini Amarasurya will speak at length on the subject Tides of Transition, Steering Change in Uncertain Times.
Will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
a global leader, defining India's moment in history, a voice shaping the future of a changing world.
हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर AI सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं.
Catch Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी. ये आपके लिए.
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. B-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Siddu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Hi, Mr. Vikas. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain. When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है. सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है. ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं. लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है. मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं. एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain. When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me.
The NDTV World Summit is a crucible of influence where ideas, imagination and intention converge. The presence of two serving prime ministers and two former prime ministers, alongside a wide constellation of change makers and global leaders, is a powerful testimony to the urgency the summit creates. It's a reflection of India's position at the heart of the world's conversation and the country's growing role in shaping a collective future. The theme of the 2025 edition of the NDTV World Summit is Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve, Renewal. Across several sessions spread over 2 days, the summit this year captures the essence of a threshold moment in history by tracing its trajectory through three distinct arcs: risk, resolve, and renewal. Risk not as fear, but as a frontier. Resolve not as a reaction, but as an intention. And renewal not as restoration of what was, but as regeneration of what could be.
From geopolitics to technology, from ecology to culture, from the architecture of economies to the imagination of societies, the NDTV World Summit is a platform that seeks to move beyond analysis. Like before, in its second year too, NDTV World Summit is tasked to unpack the stimuli for strategic, environmental, technological and societal risks that might define coming times. From generative AI to global realignments, from democratic backsliding to data sovereignty, from climate tipping points to psychological thresholds, the future is to be viewed as a terrain to be understood and shaped rather than perceived as a threat.
जब दुनिया चिंता में डूबी है, तब भारत आशा का संचार कर रहा है.
The summit will spotlight those who are responding with clarity, courage and conviction. Leaders who are redefining growth to mean inclusion. Innovators who are building with purpose. Citizens who are reimagining the purpose of being and becoming. Institutions that are recalibrating to the idea of good. He was in India in 1981 for 3 months, backpacking through the experience of not just finding oneself, but finding out about India. He has written that even then it was obvious to him that democratic, free India was going to be one of the world's leading countries. He has written that even then it was obvious to him that democratic, free India was going to be one of the world's leading countries. When Tony Abbott became Prime Minister of Australia, he did not waver, but expanded on his long-held belief. To Tony Abbott, India has emerged as a democratic superpower, more than capable of providing leadership that the world often needs and that America alone cannot always give. As a former Australian Prime Minister and a current Special Trade Envoy, Tony Abbott has played a significant role in strengthening economic and strategic ties with India. Since leaving office, his advocacy has focused on promoting India as a key democratic and economic partner for Australia, especially in contrast to China. For this Australian politician, India is already a superpower, the second democratic superpower the world has seen. At the World Summit, Tony Abbott will be speaking on the Indo-Pacific friendship, trade, security, strategy.
From rewiring global systems to rekindling local communities, the summit will examine how renewal must begin with narrative and how stories shape systems. What do we choose to believe about the future, and how do these beliefs shape the futures we build? This summit will offer a multitude of directions for truth, hope, and transformation, for reconciliation across longitudes in a brave new world.
If ever in contemporary times there were a British Prime Minister who became one out of nowhere, then that must be Rishi Sunak. The youngest PM the UK has had in 210 years. The first one of color, and by extension, the first of Indian extraction. The first non-Christian, avowedly religious person ever to hold the post. The firsts are many, as were the challenges that he faced. Rishi Sunak was born into a family with immigrant roots, though not directly Indian. His grandparents immigrated from Punjab to East Africa, where his mother and father were born in Tanzania and Kenya. After graduating from Oxford in 2001, Sunak became an analyst for Goldman Sachs, working for the investment banking company until 2004. As a Fulbright scholar pursuing an MBA at Stanford University, he met his future wife, Akshata Murthy, completing the cycle that drew him back to the Indian fold of ethnicity. Akshata is the daughter of Narayana and Sudha Murthy of Infosys fame. Rishi Sunak was Prime Minister for 20 months and he made 5 pledges to the people of UK. He promised to halve inflation, grow the economy, reduce government debt, cut NHS waiting lists and stop illegal immigrants coming to the UK in small boats across the channel. He succeeded in halving the inflation and growing the economy. Economics is Rishi Sunak's forte. Before he became Prime Minister, he was Chancellor of the Exchequer when Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister during the first phase of COVID-19. It was Rishi Sunak who planned and executed the much appreciated financial aid initiatives during the lockdowns, including furlough payments and the Eat Out to Help Out scheme for restaurants. He instituted a broad economic support program that dedicated some £330 billion in emergency funds for businesses and salary subsidies for workers aimed at job retention and easing the burden of the lockdown for individuals and companies alike. Those rescue programs were widely popular. Rishi Sunak is not only a man of economics and politics, he also packs in a keen sense of British humour. He once told a group of school children that he originally wanted to be a Jedi Knight when he grew up. At the NDTV World Summit, Rishi Sunak will elaborate on the 3 Ps of policy, power and perspective.
As the world moves between contradiction and creativity, between exhaustion and emergence, the NDTV World Summit 2025 will stand as a stage for reconciliation, for possibility and for vision. It will be where dissolving certainties are confronted and tomorrow's ideas are forged. And at its heart lies a renewed commitment. This is the story of a new India being told by a new NDTV.
Edge of the unknown. Risk, resolve, renewal. This is an invitation to venture beyond boundaries and borders. To explore the unfamiliar in pursuit of a more conscious collective future. The NDTV World Summit 2025 is where inherited realities meet unwritten futures. A space to challenge what is, disrupt what no longer serves, and design the world as it ought to be. Because the edge of the unknown is not where things end, it is where they begin.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। BMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi this October.
In Bihar, बहुत पॉलिटिक्स है. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown.
Showcasing the NDTV 24/7 prime time, presented by Schneider Electric, Smart Home Solutions as studio partner.
The NDTV World Summit kicks off tomorrow. It's got an amazing lineup of speakers. You can catch all of it live all day here on NDTV. And remember, if you're going to be there, it's going to be even more incredible. So I look forward to seeing you there. But our eye is always focused, as always, on the news. And tomorrow, the Bihar election kicks off in the realest way possible, because it's the last day for the filing of nominations in the first phase of what is the election finale of the year. And that's one of the reasons why it's our lead story tonight on India Matters. First, as always, the headlines at 8 p.m. The stage is set for the biggest intellectual show in just about 12 hours tops. Thought leaders and change makers from across the world will be gathering at the two-day NDTV World Summit at Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. As the NDA begins its Bihar campaign full throttle, there is still confusion and tussle within the Mahagathbandhan. The alliance is still to announce seat sharing with just a few hours to go. The first phase of nominations deadline looms. Nara Lokesh has added some spice to the Andhra versus Karnataka tug of war over industrial investment. After grabbing the big Google deal, Andhra minister rubs it in, says neighbours are feeling the burn. Meanwhile, Infosys founder Narayan Murthy and his wife Sudha Murthy have refused to participate in the Karnataka government's socio-economic survey and caste survey. It has sent shockwaves right across the state. Meanwhile, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang has struck again, targeting comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada for the third time. The actor is still silent on these attacks. His fans are concerned, and the two countries are in touch on this attack as well now. But on India Matters tonight, on Thursday night, the Bihar election is the big simmering story. Tomorrow is the last day for the filing of nominations for the first of two phases of the Bihar election. But the two front benchers of the Mahagathbandhan, Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi, appear not to be really talking to each other. So what's going on? Why is it seeming like a Mahagadbardhan rather than a Gathbandhan is our question tonight, and we'll be debating. Also on the show tonight, like I said, it's a spicy showdown where Nara Lokesh of Andhra Pradesh is rubbing it in. What was interstate war over investment has taken an ugly turn now over social media with ministers trading charges. That's debate number 2 on India Matters. But let's get straight to our top story tonight, and that is the Bihar election. Now, you remember those viral images of the two front benchers of the Mahagathbandhan, Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, zipping through the Bihar hinterland on their motorcycles like Jai and Viru Reborn. They were even called Jai Viru fondly by their admirers. Well, that bromance seems to have hit a patch of gravel because the easy laughter and chemistry of that road trip have given way to cold silence and visible avoidance, because the deadline for filing nominations for phase 1 of the Bihar polls ends tomorrow. Yet, the Mahagathbandhan, which is the conglomerate of parties which involve both Rahul Gandhi's party and Tejasvi Yadav's party, still haven't finalized their seat-sharing formula. And that tells you pretty much everything you need to know. Because leaving aside last minute, all of this to the last minute shows a lack of control and clarity. Some people might explain it away as rebel management, but that itself is a warning signal and an alarm bell, because it signals chaos, distrust, and no room for error, the exact opposite of what easy camaraderie the two flaunted from their motorcycle yatra just a few weeks ago. And then there's a curious case of Rahul Gandhi's once beloved "Vote Chor" slogan. Remember how he couldn't stop saying it? Well, not only has Tejasvi Yadav not uttered it even once since that motorcycle yatra ended, Congress social media itself, which was once flooded with vote chori content, last used it 18 days ago and not even a single time since. 18 days ago and not a single mention of vote chor or vote chori or gaddi chor or whatever it is. You remember how much they bombed us with it. Clearly, someone has decided perhaps that the slogan has stalled, and like many of Rahul Gandhi's pet projects and slogans before, needs to perhaps be quietly parked on the side because of a complete lack of resonance. To make things worse, Rahul Gandhi chose this very moment to fly off on a 2-week Latin American tour, lecturing Colombian and Peruvian students about the death of democracy instead of locking in his alliance here at home for Bihar. And now, a day before nominations close, the suspense is building to a fever pitch. A planned meeting between Rahul and Tejasvi on Monday strangely never happened, with Rahul dispatching his aide K.C. Venugopal to meet and greet. And today, while Rahul invited Tejasvi for talks in Delhi, Tejasvi dispatched his man Sanjay Yadav instead. What has happened to Jai Viru? The body language says it all. The two scions who once rode together through Bihar's dusty roads now seem to have lost total control of their political motorcycles. Let's show you some data now. Let's just show you where things stand, because this is not a figment of someone's imagination. There appears to be some gadbad in the Mahagathbandhan. The seat deal is delayed. Tomorrow is the last day for filing of nominations in the first phase. 1 day to go. No seat sharing deal has been announced yet, even while the NDA has just completed all its lists. The LJP has put out its second list, which means the enemy camp, the NDA, which includes the LJP, the BJP, the JDU, etc., which is the ruling dispensation in Bihar, has finished its list, but the Mahagathbandhan has not done so yet. Tejasvi has filed his nomination, but no RJD list has been put out yet, very tellingly. The allies are sticking to their seats demand, but Tejasvi Yadav has issued an ultimatum. The Congress is biding its time. It is watching the RJD very, very closely. It is readying its own list because there is no clarity on any deal with the RJD. Remember, the deadline expires tomorrow. This is a strategic delay to shield against rebellion, say some analysts, saying that the possibility of rebellion is too great and therefore keep everything to the last minute. That is a strategic risk worth taking. But is there no meeting point between the Jai Viru of Bihar politics at this point of time? Rahul invited Tejasvi to Delhi for talks. Tejasvi sent his aide Sanjay Yadav to meet Rahul Gandhi because Tejasvi is still in Bihar. Earlier, when Tejasvi was to meet Rahul Gandhi sent his aide K.C. Venugopal to meet Tejasvi, which means Jai Viru of Bihar, who rode on a motorcycle through the hinterland of Bihar and radiated camaraderie and a unity to take on the big leaders of Bihar entrenched. They haven't even met since they got off their motorcycles, which is very, very weird. Do these two leaders not trust each other anymore? Has something happened between them? Is all not well? Does Tejasvi have no time to meet Rahul and vice versa? Now we come to the vote chori issue. Vote chori was the big war cry. What happened to that war cry? The big campaign by Rahul Gandhi has not been mentioned, like I said, for 18 days by the Congress's social media handles. Has it fizzled out as the polls have gotten near? The SIR issue has also lost traction after the voter list is out, because the voter list that has come out, it is on that basis that the elections are going to be fought. So what happened to the entire SIR issue? Remember the protests that happened over that? Tejasvi has shirked Rahul's vote chori campaign. Would you believe it if I told you that despite participating in that entire vote adhikar yatra with Rahul Gandhi, Tejasvi has not used the phrase vote chori even once during any of his public events since that entire yatra ended? Shows that he has no faith in it, perhaps. And then you got the Telangana vote chori charge, which has once again put the spotlight on Rahul Gandhi's Congress party, saying, who are you to talk about vote chori when it is allegedly happening in your own party? Vote chori was one, Jananayak was another. Remember how the Congress was branding Rahul Gandhi as Jananayak, the latest epithet that they came up for their de facto leader. Has that tag for Rahul Gandhi also boomeranged because of the local implications of the name Jananayak, which was originally for Bihar, for former Bihar Chief Minister and social justice warrior Karpuri Thakur? Prime Minister Modi, remember, called the Jananayak name for Rahul Gandhi as title chori, and that went viral all by itself. So the NDA allies have cornered Lalu Prasad's RJD on Bihar's icon title theft. That became a headline. Tejasvi has refused to comment on the Jananayak. It's almost like the RJD is embarrassed by the entire vote chori and Jananayak issues that have been raised by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, and they don't want to have anything to do with it. Tejasvi has declared himself as a chief ministerial candidate, but the Mahagathbandhan has refused to do so, and this has basically signaled a complete lack of unanimity, unity, clarity as to who the chief ministerial face is actually going to be. This is not typically unusual, but in the circumstances where everyone knows that the chief ministerial face has to be Tejasvi Yadav, the lack of declaring it sings loud and clear. The Congress is refusing to openly endorse Tejasvi Yadav despite the entire Jai Viru dynamic, which is making people wonder, do they really get along? Is there trouble in paradise between the Congress and the RJD? Has something changed between two sides? This is a really, really big problem. Let me show you some numbers now comparing the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA. There's infighting in the Mahagathbandhan, which is clear. The NDA at this moment seems to be battle ready. They've put out all their data. They've put out all their numbers. No seat deal yet in the Mahagathbandhan. The seat deals have been sealed. All information has been put out. The latest seat list by the LJP has just come out before this broadcast began, between the MGB and the NDA. Ultimatum to allies has been issued by Tejasvi Yadav. All issues have been sorted. All of the allies and partners in the NDA have signaled that all is well, sab kuch theek hai, and they are ready to actually fight the election. In the MGB, partners are ready with their lists, but no deal and no formula has been released. The biggies have begun their campaign. You've got Amit Shah, you've got Yogi Adityanath, and the rest who've already hit the ground in Bihar ahead of that first phase nominations deadline expiring tomorrow. There appears to be a nursing of egos within the Mahagathbandhan, but in the NDA, it is already battle ready and in election mode. None of this is my opinion. These are all facts. There is an RJD dynasty pariwar that's broken out inside Lalu Prasad's party between his children. It appears to be a united house in the NDA. There are some wrinkles there as well, let's be very clear, but those appear to have been ironed out, and now the NDA is flexing muscle and saying, we are battle ready, even as the MGB's two big front benchers are refusing allegedly to even meet each other. So what's going on? Is there a gadbad in the Gathbandhan? Is this all strategic planning, part and parcel of elections, or have there been some missteps and mishandling in the Mahagathbandhan's election campaign? Let's debate. Kuntal Krishna, spokesperson of the Bihar BJP, with us. Tehseen Poonawalla, political analyst, supports the Congress party, and Syed Laraib Akram, spokesperson of the RJD. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for being with me. Tehseen, I'll kick it off with you. Has there been a breakdown, Tehseen, between Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi? You know, all the happy motorcycle images, part of the Vote Adhikar campaign were very compelling, I have to say. They sent out a real message of unity and clarity. There appeared to be a unanimity of purpose as well. They clearly get along well at the personal level as well. But something has derailed between then and now.
Shiv, at the onset, thank you so much for having me on the show. Very happy Diwali to you, to your family, to all the fellow panelists and all the NDTV viewers in advance. And all the best for tomorrow's program that NDTV is hosting. Thank you. There are two aspects that I want to bring about. You're right. When the Vote Adhikar rally started, the chemistry between Rahul Gandhi ji and Tejasvi Yadav was there for everybody to see, and I think it was fantastic. It got the media going to young people, and it had a lot of media images, and media had to cover it. I am a little surprised, and I've been saying this on NDTV, why that momentum hasn't carried forward. Now, you were right in your analysis that vote chori by itself won't win you the Bihar election. It had to move and transcend to the Bihar Adhikar Yatra. Therefore, why the two political parties have not so far come to an understanding beats me, because we're too close right now to the nominations being filed tomorrow. And should something go wrong, your paper, your form, it's cutting it too close. It personally makes me uncomfortable. I think that the Bihar is ready for the change. I do believe firmly Nitish Kumar ji is not going to be Chief Minister. And I think that this is an excellent opportunity for Tejasvi Yadav and the Congress to set the bar rolling and win this election. Personally, if I was advising the Congress, because I vote for them, the Congress should have declared Tejasvi Yadav as a Chief Ministerial candidate. You can't keep it till the last moment. It doesn't work that way.
Not only have they not declared Tejasvi Yadav as the Chief Ministerial candidate, Tehseen, but Rahul and Tejasvi haven't even met. They were supposed to meet. They've sent key aides to meet each other, which is understandable. Everyone's busy during election season. But leaving everything to the last minute does not suggest that all is well at all.
Can I crack a funny one?
Yeah.
Can I crack a funny one?
Always.
Okay, this is in good humor, Diwali humor. I don't mean this in any bad way. If KC Venugopal ji and Sanjay Yadav ji spoke, I want to be the fly on the wall and understand, did they use Google Translate? How did they speak? Because KCG's Hindi is not very fluent and Sanjay ji is not very fluent in English. So what was the language? How did they communicate? I would be very interested to know what was the communication. Therefore, on a lighter note, it would be
Tehseen, you can get away with saying this. I can't get away with saying it. So I'm glad you said it. I'm going to leave it at that point. But Syed, yeah, no. Good humor is always well taken. Syed, what is going on? What is the problem between Tejasvi and Rahul Gandhi? Tomorrow is the deadline. They have not met. The media has been waiting to see when the two will meet. There is no seat-sharing formula. There appears to be some breakdown in the relationship. What is going on, Syed?
Thank you. I think there is no breakdown in our relationship. Our alliance is intact. It is going very well, very smooth, and we are very near to give you the all numbers.
Tomorrow is the deadline, Syed.
Lot of candidates from RJD, from my alliance partner Congress, and filed a nomination. So there is no dispute. There is nothing like that. That whatever we are doing, that is strategically we have decided. We stand for the peace, harmony and democracy. We stand for the betterment of the Bihar. We stand for the job, which is very important for the Bihari youth. We stand for what we...
But Syed, your leader and the Congress's leader have sent out a very confusing message to the people of Bihar. The people of Bihar will be very confused. Because after riding that motorcycle together through Bihar, the two leaders have not spoken to each other. Tejasvi Yadav is not meeting Rahul. Rahul is not meeting Tejasvi. They have not released a seat-sharing formula. Tejasvi is refusing to say vote chori anymore. And Rahul Gandhi has also stopped saying it. So people of Bihar are not getting a coherent message.
No, Janab. Whenever they want to meet, they will meet. That is not an issue. And who told you they are not meeting? Who told you that discussion and dialogue is not going on? Where is this information coming from? That we don't know. I don't know personally. It is very simple that we have.
But sir, Congress has not declared Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial face. Aren't you concerned about that?
More than 15 days we have spent in Bihar, in every street, every road. Audio issue. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Syed, I'll come back to you. I'll start audio. Kuntal, you have a big smile on your face because you're enjoying the breakdown in relations between Tejasvi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. But how would you comment on this? Is it an exaggeration to think that there is some problem?
Shiva, I'm going to answer all your questions in one line. The opposition alliance which you are talking about in Bihar is not at all a Gathbandhan. It is a Thagbandhan. Political thugs have come together, and when there is a thug, he will definitely, by the virtue of his own nature, he will cheat anyone who comes near to him. So that is what is happening in Bihar. All these political thugs, first they tried to cheat people of Bihar, and when they did not succeed, they started cheating each other. There is no alliance. There is a marriage of convenience. All the thugs have come together for their survival.
No, but but Kuntal, what is BJP's understanding of what is going on between Tejasvi and Rahul Gandhi? Syed says there is no problem. They are talking. Everything is fine.
I think
seat sharing formula.
Personally, what I think, Shiv, Congress is taking revenge. RJD has been, squeezing Congress for so many years. Loss of Congress was gained to RJD. I'm talking politically. Political loss to Congress was a gain to RJD because they were thriving on the same vote bank.
Okay.
So now I think it's my personal
is that true? Is there some
Congress
badla going on here? I mean, how can that be when you're fighting on the same side? Is the Congress also kind of hedging its bets as far as the RJD is concerned?
Question is to me.
No, I don't think there is an idea of a revenge or a badla. That's not how Rahul Gandhi ji functions. However, what I do feel is both organizations, that is the RJD and the Congress, are trying to sort of get maximum seats they can. And I think one of the reasons for this delayed or last minute declaring candidates is because there were so many aspirations and people aspiring for a Congress RJD ticket. The rush was so much that they didn't want rebels to come in and file the B form. So I think one of it is last minute is so that there is no rebellion that they have to face. As we know, the rebellion is quite high in the BJP and other parties. Also one thing, the BJP also squeezed Nitish Kumarji's party and is contesting 101 seats, which always symbolically Nitishji's party would contest one more. So I think that's jostling for space, but it's also strategic to not have rebellion.
No, I agree. I take your point that there is always strategy in delaying the release, but there is also the risk of there being absolutely no time left to firefight. If you put out the exam paper right at the end and someone rejects it, then what are you going to do? You have no elbow room. Syed, my question to you is, how does the RJD feel if there is so much unity between your parties that the Congress has not gone ahead and agreed to declare your leader Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial face?
No, there is no decline. I am trying to make you understand, and you should understand also. This is understood totally in our partners that our leader Tejasvi Yadav is going to take oath as chief minister of Bihar after this 14th upcoming.
But why has it? Why has it not been declared?
There is no confusion. Why this is coming? Why, sir? Why this is coming in your interest? Maybe it is about media interest, but people are talking like that. Why this is not doing? Why he is not saying? Why that is not saying?
No, because you heard what Tehseen said. Syed, it's an important question. Tehseen says he feels that the Congress should have been very clear and declared Tejasvi is the man that everybody is supporting and Tejasvi is the face of this campaign.
Tejasvi is the face of the Bihar, not only RJD or this alliance. The entire Bihar is calling Tejasvi. But there is no dispute. Tejasvi is a very popular leader of right now in current situation in Bihar. There is nobody there.
No, but I wanted to just clarify on that.
What he is doing, what is not.
Tehseen, is that a good enough explanation that it's okay to go ahead without declaring him? Because you said that the Congress should have declared him the chief ministerial face very clearly.
While I am a voter of the Congress, I'm also a political analyst contracted with NDTV, and it's my job to be honest. The fact of the matter is, Shiv, you know this much better than I do. Elections are fought on a face. The reason the BJP does well in a Lok Sabha elections is because you have the Prime Minister's face. You do need a leadership face to be given, and that credible face in Bihar at this moment was Tejasvi, considerably because Nitish Kumarji has so much anti-incumbency against him. That, in my opinion, is a blunder with the RJD not pushing the Congress to do it and the Congress not doing it right away. It's not just about de facto he's the face. It's about coming there and saying Tejasvi will be chief minister by all alliance parties. That should have happened, and that should have put all speculations to rest.
Kuntal, you want to add to that? Beyond the rhetoric, the RJD says, who needs to declare Tejasvi as the face? Everyone, the people of Bihar know that if MGP comes to power, he will be the chief minister. Or kaun banega bhai?
You have no rhetoric. Serious thing. Before I go,
sir, in NDA, they are not declaring.
I'm coming to you, Syed.
Too optimistic.
I'm coming to you, Syed. Let Kuntal come in. I'll come to you after that.
Tahseen, you are too optimistic a person. All the best to you for these elections.
Leadership of
Second thing, Shiv. Congress never agreed to Tejasvi as a face. Never. What I am saying, and I made a point that probably Congress wants to take a revenge. Congress never agreed to Tejasvi as a face of the whole alliance. Tejasvi, not only Tejasvi, his father, the biggest, tallest figure of the alliance, Lalu Prasad Yadav, he made it clear at many times that let my son be the face. But Congress did not agree. Still Congress is not agreeing. Congress has got a plan B. Congress knows it very well that they do not have much there in the Bihar. But in fact, they also know it that they do not have much to lose because they have already lost everything.
Okay.
These elections, Congress is not having too much to gain, neither too much to lose. Because Congress is standing at a point where they have almost lost everything and The basic reason behind them losing everything is RJD. Their alliance with RJD.
Okay.
People of Bihar at any cost.
Syed, respond to that.
Not.
Syed, respond to what the BJP is saying that the Congress will not agree to Tejasvi being the face of this campaign, despite a personal plea repeatedly from even Tejasvi's father, Lalu Prasad Yadav of your party.
No. This is just, they are free to think anything. We are not, I don't want to respond on his comment. Whatever he want to say, they are saying in 24/7. Why they are not saying, why the NDA is not declaring Chief Ministerial candidate Nitish Kumar ji? They are saying we will contest under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. What is this? Why you are not asking them? Why the BJP is not declaring Nitish Kumar as a CM? They are saying we will fight under Nitish Kumar. What is this?
Yeah.
Why this contradiction is coming out from there? That after NDA alliance partner, Mr. Manji is saying that you have to pay for this, whatever you have done with me. Right?
No, those are questions that we ask, Syed bhai. We ask those questions.
Other
NDTV.
partners.
If you want to hear the answer from Kuntal, we can ask him.
Sir, one second.
Yeah. Finish your point.
And there was a huge dispute within NDA that some very big so-called powerful figure called them and everything is settled on. What about ED, CBI, IT? What was there? Why that everybody suddenly they managed? How it happened? What's the reason behind it? What force is working? In Bihar, in our alliances, there is nothing kind of any pressure is working. Right? In our alliance, everything is understood and everything is based on well understanding. What we are doing, how we have to contest election against all these goons and this powerful, so-called powerful people. They are coming from chartered plane. That our worker is running in the street and working around the clock.
Can I come in?
I have 15 seconds left. Kuntal, final word to you. 15 seconds.
Shiv, two facts. One, Nitish Kumar ji is our face. Nitish Kumar ji is our leader. 25 से 30 फिर से Nitish. Second, tomorrow is the last date for nomination for the first stage, and still Mahagabandhan is not able to finalize its candidate.
Okay. Facts on the table. We'll have to see where this goes because now the time is actually ticking. There is no elbow room left, like I said at the beginning. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining me. The game of thrones for Bihar officially begins tomorrow with that first deadline expiring. Now from Bihar, let's turn our gaze a little south in the country to the interstate battle between Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. Now, these are two states that have been competing for investment, for industry, for companies setting up shop, for factories moving to those places. And things have taken a bit of an ugly turn now because Nara Lokesh, minister in Andhra Pradesh, on the back of Google pledging a $15 billion investment in Andhra Pradesh's Visakhapatnam, its biggest investment outside the United States, has decided to make a cheeky taunt at those who have lost that deal across the border in Karnataka. That's right. Nara Lokesh has said just like Andhra food is spicy, this entire issue has become spicy and Bengaluru is feeling the burn. So he's taunting Karnataka, basically saying, you have lost. It's a milder version of trash talk. I'll put that tweet on your screen because it has to be seen to be believed. But this is where things have dwindled down to. Nara Lokesh is saying that Karnataka is feeling the burn after Andhra Pradesh has won this huge Google investment. DK Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Minister in Karnataka, has retorted saying, you are no match for Karnataka's infrastructure. So Andhra lands a mega Google deal, big hub in Vizag, but could there be hubris in Bengaluru? This is Andhra's red carpet versus Bengaluru's potholes. Has brand Bengaluru taken a hit? And is that what Nara Lokesh is having a jolly good time on social media over? Okay, let's first give you some facts right now. Andhra versus Karnataka, where does it actually stand? There's been a tug of war over HAL. Remember that? It got quite ugly, where Chandrababu Naidu pitched for a new HAL facility in Andhra Pradesh. Siddaramaiah government had scoffed at anything from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, traditionally in Karnataka, ever even thinking of moving out of Karnataka into Andhra Pradesh. Naidu said he was asking for a defense hub, not for any kind of relocation. Recently, the logistics company Black Buck raised a red flag, said it was moving out of Bengaluru's ORR, outer ring road, due to jams. They later clarified that they were not leaving Bengaluru, but relocating from one particularly notorious trouble spot. Nara Lokesh made that company an offer as well, asked them to move to Visakhapatnam. And now finally, Google has invested in Visakhapatnam. It's the biggest AI hub outside the United States, $15 billion over 5 years. And Nara Lokesh has used this to taunt and prick Karnataka, saying, we hope this doesn't burn you, but this entire issue is spicy like Andhra food. So corporates are crying foul. This is not an issue that is just shallow, but Kiran Majumdar-Shaw has been complaining of Bengaluru's broken infrastructure. That's become a separate war because ministers are slamming corporates for speaking against the state. They are feeling very affronted with the whole thing. Nara Lokesh says, if Karnataka are inefficient, what can I do? So Chandrababu Naidu's son and Minister of Andhra Pradesh is clearly making a meal of this entire situation, but it has gone beyond just being a healthy war between two states. They are taking pot shots at each other on social media and having quite a bit of fun with it. A serious issue has now become a kind of brinkmanship match between Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Tehseen Poonawalla continues to be with me. Jyotsna Tirunagari, spokesperson of the ruling TDP in Andhra, is with me. And Dr. Zakaria Abbas is a prominent Bengaluru resident who will be speaking on this as well. Welcome to all of you. Ms. Jyotsna, to you first. The language used by Nara Lokesh is very appealing on social media. So I'm not surprised that it has gone viral. It has clearly triggered a sharp reaction from across the border in Karnataka as well. Defend the comment made by Nara Lokesh. It's a very serious issue, but it appears that he's taking pot shots across the border.
Good evening, Shiv, and also a good evening to the fellow panelists. I think काम करने वाले काम करते हुए जाएंगे और जलने वाले जलते जाएंगे. That's the only thing I can say, because again, this is not the, I think we didn't initiate it at the outset. We were called parasites. We were called many other words that I don't want to state and, probably use in your channel at least. But the point is, we are doing our work. Ours is the youngest state. We are offering the best of industrial policies. We are trying to move investors into our state because we require 20 lakh jobs for our, youth in our state, and we are working towards it. We have never ever spoke a single word against Bengaluru, or we have never ever spoke a single word against any other state or any other city for that matter. But constantly, for the past 3-4 instances, if you see, if somebody talks something about Bengaluru and probably and we say that, okay, what's wrong in inviting a company if they think that our, a place where they want to go, they have less infrastructure, then what is wrong in we inviting them to our state because we have good infrastructure in the state? Simple. Then why they have to be, scared of us, or why they have to talk ill about us? Because that was what was initiated by them, Shiv. We haven't initiated it. And today, even when we are trying to get the best for our state, they still have a problem with it. They keep calling us parasites. They keep calling us what all, nonsensical words. So definitely we say that we are here to achieve. We are here to do good for our state. We are here to get good investments for our state, and we'll get it. And subsequently, if Andhra Pradesh gets, definitely India will also...
No, of course. There's no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. We are one country, but this is healthy competition between two states that has become a little ugly. Some would say it's ugly. Some would say, ye to chalta hai between states. It doesn't matter. A little bit of fun and games, a little bit of, social media heat never bothered anyone. Tehseen, how do you see this? Nara Lokesh says, they say Andhra food is spicy. Seems some of our investments are too. Some neighbors are already feeling the burn. one can laugh it off and say, this is social media and, this kind of language is okay. It's par for the course, all's fair in love, war and investment. What do you think of it? And Tehseen, you're a social media star as well. So you're wearing two hats today.
No, but see, this is a fight. Thank you for the kind words, Shiv. This is a fight between two Nepo kids in two different states, both Nepo kids. But the fact of the matter is, when you're a minister in a state government representing your state and then of course the union, you must be mature and have gravitas in your comments. You can't behave like a teenager just out of college trying to get attention of your IT social media cell. And I'm saying this on both sides because both have an IT cheerleader team cheering them. First, let's go to Andhra. Congratulations to Ms. Jyotsna and to Andhra Pradesh. They got the Google. I would have liked Karnataka getting it. They got it. But ultimately, Team India wins, right? We need service sector and we need Web 3.0 to come to India. So India wins. This is good competition. But competition should be healthy. It should not be name calling and unnecessarily, to use a social media term, fingering one another. Why would you need to do that? When you use terms like parasites or something, these are terms said by some people else. It's not used by people maturely who are in government. So of course, Nara again is a Nepo kid. He will do what he has to do because he's got everything on a platter. On the other hand, to Karnataka. Karnataka has been the leader in IT, along with Telangana and Hyderabad. Don't lose that position. Go out of the way, make industrialists feel comfortable because this is our country. These are job creators. For all the welfare we need to do, we need money, and money does not grow on trees. It's industrialists who serve our country. The new generation needs it. So let's not attack people. Be nice, work with people, and try and have healthy competition rather than using these terms for each other. That's my advice to both the Nepo kids who are currently fighting, and both are ministers.
Before I go to Dr. Zakaria Abbas, I want to come back to Jyotsna for a moment on that. Jyotsna, Tehseen, he doesn't belong to the Congress party, but he says, this is serious stuff. This is job-generating investment. Not the place for teenage Nepo kids and adolescent antics. How would you respond to that? Very serious, says Tehseen.
We are serious. We are serious in getting investments for the country as such. If AP gets, country gets. Simple. Now, I have highest regard for Tehseen ji because we have been on several debates together, and with due respect to him, Nepo kids, I hope he calls all the other people also the same, but probably he used the wrong term for Mr. Nara Lokesh because he has proved himself. He is from Stanford. He has fought in the state in opposition for 5 long years against a government which was absolutely ridiculous government, and he has fought with it and won with the highest majority. He has stood by the people of his constituency, even though he has lost in that constituency. I hope you know you should know the credentials of a person before you. Probably the word you have used now, Tehseen ji, name calling a person. Now, sir, the point is, we have never ever spoken about Bengaluru, or we have never ever spoken about Kannadigas, or we have never ever spoken about any other state. For us, our state matters. For us, our the opportunities we give for our youth matters, and we are here to promote our state. We are here to create opportunities for our state. Not by snatching away opportunities, but every crisis gives you opportunities. We believe in that. And that's the reason wherever there is a crisis, we say definitely the state will benefit out of it. And we are going.
I take your point. I take your point. But Tehseen, you wanted to answer Jyotsna because the overall picture is, why not? These are we are entitled to some bragging rights. Is the message going out saying, we've won this massive investment. What's the big deal? Be a sport. Take it like a man.
And Shivji, I'm sorry, Tehseen,
absolutely, and congratulations. You deserve it. But sure, please.
Yeah, just 2 seconds. And just for one clarification.
Please go on.
In our state, we have filled all the potholes in 3 months once we formed the government. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Tehseen ji.
See, the fact of the matter is they won this bid and congratulations for them. But in victory, we must show grace and humility, and in defeat, we must stand straight. I don't think what Nara Lokesh tweeted was becoming of a minister or several minister like him. And every Nepo kid has a struggle story. The fact is Nara Lokesh is where he is because he's Chandrababu Naidu ji's son. And the fact is Chandrababu Naidu ji is the chief minister because he was the son-in-law of a popular actor and politician. This is nepotism all across Indian politics. It's everywhere. Let's accept this fact and move on. I would love a struggle like his where he goes to foreign universities and has to struggle with absolute security. This is the struggle every poor Indian wants. So thank you for that.
Let's get the person who's not involved in the politics to comment as well. Dr. Sarkara, you've had a big smile on your face throughout this. What do you think? If you're on social media, then what Nara Lokesh has said is actually quite tame. It's no big deal. Come on, no big deal. This kind of thing happens. But this will hurt because he has said, Karnataka is feeling the burn. So I'm not surprised that DK Shivakumar has given it back.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, Shiv. My perspective is a little different here as a citizen. I'm not involved in politics. Bangalore cannot be defined by one investment decision. Google's project in Andhra Pradesh is a victory for India. We need to grow as a country and as a whole. For over 3 decades, I think the viewers are well aware, the Silicon Valley of India, Bangalore has been the nerve center of India's innovation economy, from AI to IT, from biotech to startups. What we built here is not something that can be copied overnight just by offering lands or subsidies. It's an entire ecosystem of world-class institutions, global companies, a culture of creativity, and the talent we are producing at a daily basis. I'm a doctor myself, and I pass through the corridors of corporates. Yes, we do have challenges, infrastructure challenges, potholes, roads, urban congestion. Well, that's something which every growing city like San Francisco, London faces. If you see our Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. DK Shivakumar, and under the leadership of Mr. Siddaramaiah, they have taken the criticism constructively. See, constructive criticism is great, but constant criticism makes no sense. Well, out of 10,000 potholes, 5,000 have been cleared and things are happening. If anything, this so-called investment rivalry should serve as a wake-up call for the policymakers, which as a citizen, we are seeing this because there's a day-to-day update. The government is doing its best to update the citizens. While some may try to burn Bangalore with comparisons, and I think the fact remains the global tech map begins with Bangalore. And Mr. Narayan
but that is why it's a big deal. But don't you think that is why it's a big deal, Dr. Sarkara?
Yes, it is. But then when we're talking about the tweet of Mr. Nara Lokesh, our neighbors, are jealous. Well, I don't know how serious a politician can get. Well, if it's a joke, fine, let's take it lightly. But the whole debate around it doesn't make sense. Andhra Pradesh is just a few hundred kilometers from Bangalore. If Bangalore is a Silicon Valley of India, and we're so happy as a Bangalore citizen, we're so happy even Andhra Pradesh is picking up. Well, we're two neighbors. Imagine the south of India is
the best outcome. The best. I completely agree with you on that front, though I don't agree with you, Dr. Sarkara, on whether criticism should be limited. It should be. The people who are saying it have no axe to grind. They literally have their companies and industries there. They have every right, being honest taxpayers, to expect world-class infrastructure. And like you said, the Bengaluru and Karnataka, the first stop as far as IT services are concerned. But Jyotsna, to you, at the end of the day, everyone wants what is good for India. But this is healthy competition between states as well. We cannot ignore the fact that there is a federal structure in this country, and states like yours will always be competing. And maybe it is in that context that Lokesh, who has finally bagged a really, really big deal, after coming to power, felt the need to, brag about it a little bit. Maybe a little uncharacteristic.
It's not bragging. I wouldn't term it as bragging, Shiv. The only thing is,
it's totally bragging. Come on.
No, listen, Shiv, listen. What I mean to say is, जब बार हमें कुछ बोला जा रहा है, तो कभी ना कभी ऐसा लगता है कि जब when you have got a huge hit, चलो भाई एक बात तो बोल दे. It's on a very lighter note, I would say, first and foremost, because I'll tell you one thing. And if I have to speak the truth, in Bangalore also, we have most of people from Andhra Pradesh stay there. They live there. They work there. So definitely, it's not like we don't want anything bad for Bangalore either. But at the same time, what we are trying to point out is, if there is anything that there is, somebody is asking you, saying that the investors are telling you, probably sort it out. As a fellow citizen, I can just say you that, sort it out instead of, literally crying on us. That's what, and both the our panelists, one Mr. Tahseenji and my other co-panelists, I would have loved, Shiv, if they would have spoken in the same tone when Mr. Khargeji spoke of Andhra Pradesh. I would have loved it. Literally, I would have loved it. In the same tone, if they would have spoken the same day, saying that, नहीं जो आप खरगे जी, प्रियांक खरगे जी बात करें ना, वो भी गलत है. उस दिन अगर उन लोगों ने यही टोन में अगर बात किया होता ना, I would have been literally happy.
I'll give the last word to Tehseen. Tehseen, you want to respond to that?
No if and no but. I said both are Nepo kids. You don't put down other states. Ultimately, Team India wins. I don't think we should be putting other states down. I think competition should be positive and it should not be. So I'm not a hypocrite. I think you should not do it. I think we should brag nicely about what we got, not by putting others down. I think we should rise high, not put others down. I'm very clear about it. If somebody's done it from this side, I'm ready to say it on national TV. That's also wrong. But I still stand by it that Nara Lokesh is a Nepo kid.
Okay. We'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks very much to all three of you for being with me on this. I will only end by saying tonight on India Matters that the best possible outcome for Karnataka, an incredible state, will be that they are triggered into making sure that the neighboring state does not win that next big investment. They get the spirit and the motivation to fix many of the problems that may have been contributing factors to them potentially losing this large Google investment and maybe giving it right back to Andhra Pradesh. We are an incredible country. All such investments benefit all of India. The investment in Visakhapatnam will definitely benefit Karnataka as well and vice versa. But the interstate rivalry is a healthy one. This tweet from Nara Lokesh is only representative of how heated things can get, what pressure there exists on individual states to actually get these huge deals. And that's the context in which we need to look at it. Thanks so much for watching India Matters. We'll see you at the NDTV World Summit all day tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in to our network. It's going to be an incredible day ending with Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. Thanks for watching. The buck stops here with Padmaja is next.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, most stunning true color pro grade camera. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Round fire!
Every takeoff is like, gives you the pump, gives you the adrenaline back.
चल भी सकती हो मैं। Okay, let's go guys! Come on guys! जीत तो गई!
बहुत बड़ी वाली बना रहा हूँ। आई एम हैप्पी कि जलेबी ऐसी बनी है।
हिला के तिन पैग वालिए, बंदे पंगड़े गदी दी डिग्गी खोल के। म्यूजिक में दे दे तू पंजाबी टच, नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच, नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच।
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। BMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vikas.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
A global leader, defining India's moment in history, a voice shaping the future of a changing world.
हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर AI सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं.
Catch Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world. The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Siddu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of
And the countdown has begun to the NDTV World Summit. It's the two-day summit that kicks off at 10 a.m. tomorrow, where world leaders have already started arriving in India for this incredible event. Among them are serving Prime Minister of Sri Lanka and former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya of Sri Lanka is on a three-day Delhi visit, and she's going to deliver her first keynote address at the NDTV World Summit tomorrow evening. She also met External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in the national capital today. Here's a quick look at what you can expect from the big NDTV World Summit's Day 1 tomorrow.
We already have very strong ties, right? And we are seeking to further strengthen them. And let's see how it goes. Yeah.
Ma'am, how excited are you with respect to our World Summit at this point?
Very excited.
And what are you looking forward to in terms of conversations at the summit?
Well, I want to hear what the others have to say. I also want to be able to share our plans for Sri Lanka. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it very much tomorrow and to meeting Prime Minister Modi as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi India, this is Rishi Sunak. I am thrilled to be at NDTV's World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam here in New Delhi. I'm looking forward to discussing the future of global growth with India's rising stars. And of course, looking forward to seeing my good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and meeting the young leaders who are shaping the future. I'll see you there.
Hello and welcome to Bharat Mandapam in the heart of Delhi. In less than 24 hours from now, the big NDTV World Summit. Vasudha and I will be over here along with a host of NDTV anchors to tell you just why it's going to be an incredible couple of days.
That's right, Vishnu. 24 hours to go for NDTV World Summit 2025. The last time Vishnu and I were here, it was G20 presidency that India hosted. This is the same landmark location, Vishnu. And I remember there was a declaration that came out, full consensus, that war is not the way forward, dialogue is the way forward. I think the Prime Minister is going to reiterate that tomorrow at the World Summit.
I think that's such an important message because what we're looking at over here is the edge of the unknown. We live in uncertain times in India and indeed around the world. We are looking at risk, resolve and also renewal as the primary themes this time around. It's not just a talk shop. What we are trying to do is find genuine solutions for genuine concerns. War is a real prospect. It's a real concern. It hasn't gone away. Among the speakers that we have, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister will be over here. The former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott, the former British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. We've got AI experts. We've got Ajit Agarkar as well talking about cricket. And we've got so many others. But perhaps the biggest guest of them all
is the Prime Minister, and his speech is going to be the highlight of the session. And Prime Minister, I'm told, is going to outline his vision for Viksit Bharat and what it really means for the world, isn't it, Vishnu? And for entertainment, we also have Sahil Vasudev, whose music is something that all of us are familiar with, and also Ricky Cage, somebody that we all like.
Absolutely. And these are going to be engaging sessions. These are sessions which are going to take place over the next couple of days. And we're going to be broadcasting it on NDTV 24/7, NDTV India, all our social media platforms as well. It's going to be the biggest event of its kind by any Indian television news network, where we bring the finest minds from across the world, across India, right here to India.
And the theme is Edge of the Unknown, Vishnu, and hence it's very important to watch this to understand how the world is making sense of India today.
So join us on the NDTV network as we bring you fantastic dialogue, fantastic conversations with some of the greatest thinkers on earth.
And if you're going to be lucky enough to be at the NDTV World Summit, I look forward to welcoming you there personally, along with my colleagues Vishnu, Vasudha, and all of us at the NDTV team. The Prime Minister is going to be there as well towards the evening for his gala address. I can guarantee you, though, that if you're not able to make it for it, you must tune in, because the NDTV network, all of our platforms will be live on the World Summit right through the day, bringing you minute-to-minute live coverage of not only what's happening on stage, but also all the incredible sidelights that will be taking place. So the biggest voices, the biggest thought leaders, the biggest and most influential figures from across the world and across disciplines will be at the NDTV World Summit. See you there tomorrow. The buck stops here with Padmaja's next.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। B-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar Battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
Showcasing the NDTV 24/7 prime time, presented by Schneider Electric, Smart Home Solutions as studio partner.
Good evening and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in to NDTV 24/7. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and on every story that matters, the buck stops here. Less than 24 hours are left before the deadline to file nominations for the first phase of elections in Bihar ends. That means beyond tomorrow, you cannot even file your nomination for phase 1 of the Bihar polls. And believe it or not, even now, there is no final list from the Mahagathbandhan on who their candidates are. Who's fighting how many and which seats? Sure, you've got many different parties who have allotted their symbols, who have gone and even filed their nominations. But where is that list? The Grand Alliance is struggling to decide on seat strategy and very, very far from forming the Sarkar. High drama continued all through today. Key ally Mukesh Sahni of VIP, the chief of the Vikas Insan party, put the alliance on test. Sahni's press conference was first supposed to happen at 12 noon. Then it was postponed to 3 in the afternoon and then finally to 6 p.m. But despite those two postponements, it still hasn't happened. Just an hour ago, one saw Tejasvi Yadav on camera. One thought that finally there is going to be an announcement of a list, but that didn't happen. Reportedly, Sahni's party is demanding at least 24 seats, which the Mahagathbandhan is simply not ready to give. Where is Rahul Gandhi in all of this? He seems to be missing in action. A planned meeting between him and Tejasvi Yadav did not happen on Monday, and now reports suggest that Rahul Gandhi invited Tejasvi for talks to Delhi, but Tejasvi dispatched his man Friday, Sanjay Yadav, instead. While the NDA big guns, Home Minister Amit Shah, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, chief ministers from various states are all now in Bihar for the filing of nominations, for campaigning, showcasing the alliance Ekjut and Mazboot, the Mahagathbandhan is still in the preparatory stage. They are still getting their list together. The Congress, though, continues to say, what's the hurry? Sab changa si.
एनडीए में तो एक सीट पर दो दल, तीन दल उसके नामांकन कर रहे हैं और ये वहां पर कौन किसके साथ है किसी को नहीं मालूम है। और नीतीश कुमार ब्रेंडेड हो चुके हैं और जो दिल्ली में दो बैठे हुए जो गुजराती हैं उनके नियंत्रण से बिहार बाहर है। इंडिया गठबंधन के नेतृत्व में तेजस्वी यादव मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
सीट शेयरिंग का फॉर्मूला होने के बाद ही ना सिंबल दिया जा रहा है कि साहब इस सीट पे हमारी कैंडिडेट होगा, उस पे किसी और गठबंधन के साथी का होगा, तो ऐसे ही ना सिंबल दिया जा रहा है। लेकिन कितने सीटों पे अब मालूम पड़ जाएगा आपको जल्दी। कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं होता। कई बार जरूर होता है कि सबको अपनी अपनी बात रखने का लिए लगता है। निश्चिंत रहिए, हमारे गठबंधन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। सब मिलकर हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और मिलकर बिहार को एक नया भविष्य देने जा रहे हैं।
आज लालू जी ने उनके बाद उनके बेटे को आगे आने का मौका दिया है, तो इससे पता चलता है कि बाहुबलियों को, दबंगों को, गुंडों को जहां महागठबंधन बल दे रहा है, भ्रष्टाचारियों को बल दे रहा है, तो दूसरी ओर एनडीए में जहां मैथिली ठाकुर हो, श्रेयसी सिंह हो, नितिन नवीन हो, संजय गुप्ता हो, ऐसे युवाओं को टिकटें मिल रही हैं तो प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे।
सुनने में आया है कि सिवान के बहुत चर्चित स्वर्गीय शाहबुद्दीन के बेटे को लड़वाया जा रहा है। निर्णय हो गया है, घोषणा नहीं हो रही, लेकिन निर्णय पक्का ऐसा सुनने में आया है। तो क्या संदेश दे रहे हैं आप? बिहार में उसी खौफ को लाना चाहते हैं? जब शाहबुद्दीन साहब के ऊपर पूरा लालू प्रसाद का हाथ होता था, तो सिवान में क्या पत्रकार, क्या आम आदमी घुसना मुश्किल था, क्या हिंदू, क्या मुसलमान, सभी मारे जाते थे। ये हम सभी जानते हैं। हम लोग कितनी बार गए थे सिवान जांच करने के लिए, तो उनके बेटे को लाया जा रहा है और बात करें हम नया बिहार बनाएंगे।
By the way, the Congress, which all this while, during the Bihar campaign especially, had spoken of vote chori, unfortunately is now facing charges of seat chori, and not from any other party, but their own party, their own karyakartas. From Delhi to Patna, angry Congress workers are now saying that Bihar Assembly seats are being sold for 5 crore rupees and above, depending on which Congress candidate is ready to shell out how much moolah. What is even worse, that the top leaders of the party in Bihar, whether it be the party in charge in Bihar, Krishna Alavaru, whether it be the state president, whether it be their member of parliament, they were at the receiving end of the anger, outrage and frustration of Congress workers at the Patna airport.
30 साल से कांग्रेस पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं और निस्वार्थ भाव से, ठीक है, ये बताया जाए पिछले बार अशोक गगन को टिकट देकर के टेकारी से बैकफुट पर आ गया इसलिए कि वो वहां के स्थानीय नहीं थे, लेकिन इस साल वहां का फिर से वोट दिए टिकट दिया गया है। आप देख लीजिए किनको दिया गया है। अखिलेश शर्मा के बेटे को किस आधार पर टिकट दिया गया है, ये बताया जाए।
अभी तक बोला गया लिस्ट सिंबल किसी को नहीं था, ये सिंबल अनिल कुमार को कहां से पहुंच गया, आज कौन पहुंचा रहा है इसको? सारा गेम किया गया है, पैसा के बल पर सारा चीज किया गया है। अलवारू का 6 को पैमाना था कि इस बेसिस पर हम टिकट देंगे, सारे पैमाने पर उन पे फर्स्ट आए हैं, फिर भी कैसे देंगे?
डॉक्टर अशोक गगन के सब काम किया, झंडा तोलन किया, झंडा तोलन में सबसे आगू है, माई बहन योजना में आगू है, सब चीज में आगू है। पैसा पर लेकर अनिल सिंह के वोट दिया है, 3 करोड़ में पैसा दिया है, चोट्टा आमदी है, अली अर्जुन
ऑफ कोर्स कर रहे थे विरोध। उन्होंने विक्रम विधानसभा में दल बदलुओं को वोट देने का काम किया है। जो 30-35 साल से लगातार मेहनत कर रहा है कांग्रेसी एक अशोक गगन, उसको टिकट न देके भाजपा से आए हुए दल बदलुओं को टिकट दे रहा है। हम उसी का विरोध कर रहे हैं। हमको और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हमारा मांग है विक्रम विधानसभा का टिकट रिव्यू हो। राजेश होगा,
हम लोग काम किया, टिकट नहीं मिला है। अखिलेश सिंह पैसा लेकर टिकट बेच दिया है, अनिल शर्मा को खेत बेच के पैसा दिया है और भेज दिया है। हम लोग बहिष्कार करेंगे,
हम लोग आमरण अनशन करेंगे। डॉक्टर अखिलेश प्रसाद, राजेश राम, अल्लावारू तीनों मिलकर विक्रम विधानसभा के हत्या की है कांग्रेस को। हम डॉक्टर अशोक गगन के समर्थन में आए हैं। 191 विक्रम विधानसभा नहीं, हम लोग कार्य कर रहे थे राहुल गांधी के जितने भी विचारों के अनुरूप, और उसको नहीं देकर के पैसों के आहुति दे गई, जनता का आहुति दे गई।
All right, and that brings us to the questions on which the buck stops here today. Is the delay in Mahagathbandhan on seats, CM name, candidates deliberate to avoid rebellion? Who is Tagra and where exactly is the Jhagda? What is the Jhagda even as the clock is ticking for the filing of nominations and the election itself? Joining us today on the show, we have Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of the BJP, Harshvardhan Tripathi, senior journalist, Dr. Anshul Avijit, national spokesperson of the Congress, Professor Naval Kishore, national spokesperson of the RJD. I have to start with you, Anshul Avijit, because I today declare myself spokesperson for the Congress from Bihar. When is your list coming out? Congress workers are asking now, when is the list? Where is the list?
चुनाव के बाद.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's been pushed to the edge. But it's not really for the first time that there has been a delay in giving lists. I mean, I think this is not the real battle. You can keep counting that, the NDA is one up in this battle. The real story is on the 6th and 11th. Eventually, the names will come out, the symbols will be distributed, and we'll go headlong into that election. That's the real story.
When Anshul Avijit, as somebody who has fought the elections, you know that on the last day, it's a scramble. You need to have the entire process of getting your documents verified, to submit them. The DM has to verify it again. Every single detail has to be checked, and there are going to be hundreds and hundreds of people doing the same thing. And then if you do not manage to submit your papers, what happens? Then again, it will be vote chori.
Padmaja, I've gone through this process. I know what the process is. If you are a serious candidate for any election, you would have your papers already ready. That's what everyone tells me. It's already there in the bank. Yes, this process is often pushed to the edge. I mean, this is a 75-year-old party, and they've been elections for 75 years.
That is why for 75 years you should be doing this like butter. You should already know who your people are, isn't it? For 75 years, you should know it like the back of your hand now.
No, that's not the process. This is a mark. Come on. This is politics. It's not for the faint-hearted, by the way. right? Sometimes processes take place which are sometimes more complicated. You know, there are talks going on, they keep going on. Sometimes things are not resolved, so be it.
So then you're
this
saying
is
that
politics.
there is a misunderstanding,
Welcome. You
right?
should know that this is the
If
nature
talks
of
are
politics.
happening till the 11th plus 1 hour, then obviously you're saying that there are misunderstandings serious enough to hold up talks till the last moment.
Thank you deeply for your concern. I think we should be more concerned, but we are not. But I really appreciate your concern and empathy in this matter. It's not required. Look, the NDA equally had problems. Today, you ran a number of bites by some random people complaining about something. I thought it was unfortunately extremely disbalanced. Some people coming out, marginal players, and talking an accusatory tone about this. Completely unnecessary. Who are they? I don't know who they are. And if there are complaints,
I mean, they are Congress workers. They say they are Congress workers who are protesting the fact that...
Listen, what's the big deal? If people, the number of seats for the Congress party are oversubscribed. Okay. You know, in Chenari alone, in Sasaram, there were 154 candidates. Some of them will be disappointed. Their anger will be articulated in the number of faces. If you're going to turn that into a national story,
no, they are not saying
you haven't given Mr. Modi that
They're saying tickets are being sold. They are saying that 3 to 5 crore rupees are being demanded.
Oh, come on. These are accusations and you're giving weight to marginal players who have no credibility. Who do you know who these players are? Do you know them by name?
I don't know. Maybe they could have been said by Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad Poonawalla, are you trying to create trouble in paradise? I mean, at the end of the day, fair point. Anshul Avijit, we don't know who these people are. They could just be your BJP guys.
If I may. On one hand, you have an NDA alliance which has a mission and vision which is mazboot, and therefore we've declared which party will fight on how many seats. BJP, JDU, HAM, LJP, all our alliance partners have declared, and RLP, all of them have declared their candidates, all of them. Even though the first phase, the nomination is going to get over tomorrow, and now almost just 12-14 hours are left, and you have a situation where they have not even announced which party is fighting on which seats. By the way, they have not announced who their chehra will be in the elections. They have not announced which tickets will be fought by which party. They have not announced whether Congress will fight X number of seats or Y number. Congress is demanding 100 seats. RJD is not willing to accommodate. Father gives the tickets in the morning. Afternoon, the son calls the tickets back. Pita versus beta is happening. VIP party ko to mante ho na, Anshul ji? VIP party today postponed his press conference, Mr. Mukesh Sahni, because he's saying either you give me deputy CM ship and give me 40 seats, otherwise main to chala. JMM ko to jante ho na? JMM has said meri seat kitni hai, varna main to chala. Then CPI-ML has declared seats without asking who's fighting the Jahanabad Gosi seat. Is it RJD or is it CPI-ML who has given the sitting candidate? Uska bhi koi jawab nahi. No face also. So therefore, on one hand, there is mission and vision. The other hand, there is confusion, commission, corruption, and full-on division. Now, let me give you last example.
But he doesn't want your C for concern. He doesn't want your concern. He's saying, we've got it sorted out. Don't worry about it.
मेरा C से concern ना ले, पर ये C से एक और C फैला रहे थे ये लोग. चोरी का आरोप. कल फर्स्ट फेज के नॉमिनेशन समाप्त होते ही दी इलेक्टोरल रोल विल आल्सो बी फ्रोजन. चोरी के कितने प्रमाण दे दिए इनके अपील?
नवल किशोर इज सी फॉर चकलिंग. हाँ, ही इज चकलिंग एट योर सजेशन.
नहीं, ये सी से चारा चोर वाली पार्टी है. इनके पास सी से करप्शन के अलावा सी से कुछ और ऑफर करने के लिए है ही नहीं. सीएम फेस कौन होगा वो बता दो. सी से सीएम फेस कौन होगा? देखिए नवल जी, मैंने आपके बीच में नहीं बोला. 10 सेकंड और पद्मजा जी, 10 सेकंड.
10 seconds and I'm coming to you.
10 seconds. पद्मजा जी, just 10 seconds, please ma'am. Let us have a civilized debate. सी से civilized debate हो जाए.
Okay, last 10 seconds.
Last 10 seconds. Ppadmaja ji, last 10 seconds. I have not interrupted.
Okay, I'm coming to you for opening comments, Professor Saab. I'm coming to you. Silence for 10 seconds more. Only 10 seconds. Finish your point. Can I please have silence? Yes.
Anshul Avijit, because he is a national party and I have some regard for him. He is my good friend. Anshul ji, 3 specific questions. चेहरा कौन है आपके गठबंधन का? कांग्रेस कितनी सीट लड़ रही है? कितनी सीट CPI-ML? कितनी सीट साहनी जी? और थर्डली, चलिए एक ही सीट का बता दो, घोसी सीट से कौन लड़ रहा है? कांग्रेस, RJD या CPI-ML? And I'm asking you specifically. जनता should know this. Forget Padmaja's concern. पानी पी रहे हैं.
You want me to answer this or you want to move?
Yes, we are answering. You only will answer, sir.
No, I'm asking Padmaja. You're not answering.
Go on, Anshul. Go on. If you want to, please answer.
Well, certainly I will answer. You know, first of all, I'm deeply concerned at the lack of concern shown by my good friend Shehzad is very, very moving to me. It's been shown before. It usually happens when the other party is in a state of panic. They claim to have announced all their seats after much grumbling and groaning, which we also played out. That was completely ignored. And it's a good thing. It's good that you've announced, you've got a head start, but you need it. You have a longer distance to cover. If you've got a couple of hours more and you think this is the war, when actually this is a skirmish, you think that you've won some kind of a battle, when you have to fight the war on the 6th and the 11th, well, it's a good thing.
This is not about a head start. The starting gun is about to go off and you're still putting on your shoes. If you're using that analogy, you're still in the dressing room lacing up your shoes. And the gun at the start of the race is about to go off.
Right now they are in Bogota, they are not in Bihar also.
I'm moved to tears. Thank you. Thank you.
Very honestly, I think everyone should be concerned. The sarcasm aside, if I were you, I wouldn't just be concerned. I would be panicking, as a lot of your candidates seem to be. This isn't, I think we've gone beyond the point of concern. We've gone to the point
I am not denying
mild panic.
Levels of nervousness within party cadres about ticket distribution. I said it's not for the faint-hearted. If you're in it will eventually be done, and the tickets, as is done in the last 75 years,
public statement.
Do tell me that if ticket distribution is ever a mudda in the elections itself, or will it be economic distress? Will be the barbadi of Bihar? Will it be berozgari?
Here's the reason.
When will this come up? It's an
Anshul, as a friend, let me explain to you what the concern is.
Here to bring it up as a national feature. Yes, there is an issue. It will be resolved in a couple of hours, as been done for past 75 years.
Okay, so you've not been able to resolve it for 2 months, but you'll resolve it in a couple of hours. But Anshul, I have a serious question.
I didn't interrupt you.
Anshul, I have a serious question. You are going on and on for a long time.
Let me answer your other questions. If you will allow me to answer.
Is your CM face Tejasvi?
Let me just tell you. You tell me that who are has the PM campaign announced by your allied partner, Mr. from the Ram Vilas group? Have they announced the CM face? You said that
we have one CM face, Nitish Kumar. Yes, all 5 of us have one CM face.
No, they haven't been. No, they haven't reached a consensus on it. By the way,
I'm the national spokesperson of that alliance.
No, he's saying Chirag Paswan hasn't accepted Nitish Kumar as the CM face.
Says who? Says who? He has declared all his 29 seats. Harshvardhan ji has tweeted this just half an hour ago. And he has also accepted Nitish ji. Everyone has accepted. They're all fighting under leadership of Nitish and Modi ji.
Can I come in?
Statement in your camera.
Okay, hold on. Now let me open this up.
Categorically, Nitish ji is our face. They're fighting under his leadership. What is the confusion?
And everyone is on board.
Absolutely. हम 5 पांडव नीतीश जी और मोदी जी के चेहरे के तहत लड़ रहे हैं। Sir, you are now interrupting me.
Okay, 5 पांडव लड़ रहे हैं। 5 पांडव लड़ रहे हैं।
कौरवों का तय नहीं हो रहा।
अच्छा, पांडव थे वो अब हनुमान से पांडव हो गए। That's good to know. Chirag Paswan has now turned from Hanuman to Pandav.
पार्टी पांडव है।
Okay, let me bring in Professor Saab and Harshvardhan ji now. ये बता दीजिए Professor Saab, बाकी कोई पैनिक हो रहा हो नहीं हो रहा हो, आप सबसे प्रसन्न दिखाई दे रहे हैं। क्यों इसलिए प्रसन्न दिखाई दे रहे हैं? क्योंकि मुकेश सहनी कांग्रेस की सीटों में आपने अपने सिंबल तो गाड़ दिए, इसलिए सबसे खुश आप ही दिखाई दे रहे कि भाई हर कोई अपना अपना देख लो, हमने तो टिकट बांट दिए, हमारी अपनी प्राइवेट लिस्ट हो चुकी है जारी, अब बाकियों की बारी।
पद्मजा जी आपको भी खुश रहने का मौका हम देते हैं, आप थोड़ा इंतजार कीजिए। बिहार में बहुत बड़ी जीत होने जा रही है महागठबंधन की, और यही कारण है कि मैं आपको खुश दिख रहा हूं और पूरा बिहार की जनता खुश दिख रही है। पूना वाला जी चाहे टिकट पहले बांटे चाहे पार्ट में बांटे, उनको तो हार मिलनी ही है। आप देखिए ना, जहां पर लोजपा लड़ रही है वहां पर जदयू खड़ा कर रही है, कह रहे हैं कि 5 साल पहले का बदला लेके रहेंगे। ये तो इनका हाल है। यह कोई दास है कोई उदास है, ऐसा गठबंधन आपने देखा है क्या? कब मासी जी उदास हो जाते हैं, कब उपेंद्र कुशवाहा उदास हो जाते हैं, कब चिराग पासवान को लगता है कि मुझे बहुत दुख हो रहा है कि ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री हमारा, हम इस गठबंधन में रहना नहीं चाहते हैं। ये तो इनका हाल है।
पर आपके तो जो एलाइज है वो सूरदास है, क्योंकि उनको अभी सिर्फ अंधेरा ही अंधेरा दिखाई दे रहा है, उनको समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है कि भाई उनको सीट मिलेंगी भी कि नहीं मिलेंगी।
और यही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है।
प्रोफेसर नवल किशोर, you know, I find it amazing and amusing that everyone is saying irrespective of when we give the tickets we will win. Sir, you will win when you have candidates to win. Right now your candidates do not know whether they are candidates or not. At what point are you going to tell them, here is it, this is your seat? I will tell you what the real problem is right now.
ये आपको कैसे पता है? ये तो सीबीआई को भी नहीं पता है, इनकम टैक्स को भी नहीं पता है।
सीबीआई तो इलेक्शन के बाद पता करेगी ना, अभी तो आपके कैंडिडेट्स को पता
को जानती है और जिताने के लिए तैयार है, और यही परेशानी का कारण है।
Let me just put this in context. Why Mukesh Sahni is upset at this point? Has he been left high and dry, and how has this happened? Now Mukesh Sahni, hold on a second, Professor Saab, I think people need to get a little context over here. Now, Mukesh Sahni in the last election, he had fought with the NDA. This time around, and if we can please pull up that graphic on whether he has been left high and dry or not, what basically has happened is that this time around, Mukesh Sahni said that I want to be Deputy Chief Minister and I want a lion's share of the seats to fight. So, right now he has absolutely no clarity on which seats he is fighting. He doesn't even have clarity on which seat he himself, leave alone his party. He himself, which seat is he eventually going to be allotted? There is no option right now of defecting. Earlier, he had very famously in the middle of a press conference moved from the Mahagathbandhan to the NDA and eventually he had fought on the NDA's side. This time around, the RJD has actually announced candidates on seats which not just the VIP but even Congress and CPI-ML wanted for themselves. Which are the seats specific to VIP? Now, Mukesh Sahni wants two main seats. One is Gauda Behram, which is in Darbhanga, and Simri Bakhtiarpur. From the first seat, he wanted his wife to be fielded, and from the second, he wanted to fight himself. Incidentally, in both of these seats, already the RJD has declared their candidates. तो हर्षवर्धन जी, अब कौन दास है और कौन उदास है, सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम तो ये है कि अब मुकेश सहनी का ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि वो रहेंगे भी महागठबंधन में।
ये तो भाजपा को भी नहीं मालूम है।
किसको नहीं मालूम है?
मुकेश सहनी का उन्होंने क्या हाल किया था पिछले चुनाव के बाद, आपको मालूम है क्या?
अरे सर, कम से कम उनको सीट तो दे दी थी।
उम्मीदवार को सरकार में रहते हुए खत्म कर दिया था, आपने नहीं देखा क्या ये बात?
अरे सर, सरकार में आना तो दूर की बात है, अभी तो उनको ये नहीं पता है कि भाई मेरी सीट कौन सी है, मुझे सीट मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी। जो सीट उनकी मनचाही थी उसमें तो आपने अपने सिटिंग एमएलए को टिकट दे दिया।
आपको कहां से सूचना मिली? उन्होंने तो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया नहीं, तो ये सूचना कहां से लाए? ये कौन सा सूत्र है? उन्होंने तो कोई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया नहीं।
वो सूत्र नहीं है जिसको आप मूत्र मानते हैं, ये ठोस सूत्र है।
उन्होंने करने से
मना कर दिया। सूत्र नहीं है जिसको आप चौरी मानते हैं।
का पूछ लो, आप घोसी जहानाबाद का पूछ लो।
चिंता का कारण है
पद्मजा, घोसी जहानाबाद का पूछ लो।
चलिए आप बताइए, आप बता दीजिए, क्योंकि आपको पूरा पुख्ता पता है ना। आप बताइए, आप मुकेश सहनी को कौन सी सीट दे
मिलने वाला है?
ये बताइए प्रोफेसर साहब, मुकेश सहनी को लड़ने के लिए कौन सी सीट दे?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
चलिए, मेरे सूत्र गलत है, सिमरी बख्तियारपुर नहीं चाहिए।
से बिहार को ठगा है।
अरे सर,
चलिए यहाँ से।
अरे थमिए सर,
यहाँ कुछ नहीं चलने वाला है।
प्रोफेसर साहब, होल्ड ऑन फॉर अ सेकंड। चलिए, you are absolutely certain he did not want these two seats. You tell me which seat is Mukesh Sahni going to be fielded from, which you will very generously give to him. बताइए।
अरे पद्मजा जी, इसकी चिंता आपको क्यों है?
अरे मुझे चिंता है,
को पता चल जाएगा, आरजेडी उनको बता देगी और आपको सही समय पे उसका सूचना मिल जाएगा।
अरे सर,
आप क्यों चाहते हैं?
कहते हैं ना मोदी जी, यही समय है,
सही समय है।
गठबंधन का चेहरा पूछ लो, आप सिर्फ गठबंधन का चेहरा पूछ लो।
यही समय है और सही समय है, दोनों समय आपको पता चल जाएगा।
गठबंधन का चेहरा ही पूछ लो, दोनों में संतुलन हो जाए तो मैं मान जाऊं।
उनकी तो सरकार जा रही है, आपका क्या जा रहा है?
Who is the face of the
क्या
alliance?
जा रहा है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का तो सरकार जा रहा है।
अच्छा चलिए, ठीक है, लेट मी कम टू हर्षवर्धन जी।
सब पता है।
हर्षवर्धन जी, सीरियसली स्पीकिंग, क्या आपको लगता है कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता? ये सब प्रोसीजरल होता है, हर कोई अपना एक डॉकेट बना के रखता है, हर कोई अपनी फाइल तैयार रखता है। ये फालतू की टीवी पे बैठ करके हम क्यों कांग्रेस, आरजेडी, वीआईपी के बीच में दरार पैदा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? आज नहीं तो कल नहीं तो कल दोपहर में, नहीं तो कल शाम को पता चल जाएगा। सब लोग तैयार बैठे हैं, सब अच्छा हो जाएगा।
नहीं पद्मजा जी, मुझे तो बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ इस डिबेट में। किसी ने कहा कि ये तो कोई मुद्दा ही नहीं है कि टिकट किससे मिल रहा है, प्रत्याशी कौन बनेगा। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ किसी ने कहा ये, और मैं तो सचमुच चिंता में पड़ गया हूं कि डेमोक्रेसी को, लोकतंत्र को लोग कैसे समझते हैं। क्योंकि मुद्दा, जिन मुद्दों को आप लेकर जाने की बात करते हैं, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हो, इन्फ्लेशन हो, कोई भी जो मुद्दा आपको लगता है कि ये होना चाहिए, वो कौन लेकर जाता है? पार्टी और पार्टी का कैंडिडेट। और आप कह रहे हैं कैंडिडेट मुद्दा नहीं। मैं जो देख पा रहा हूं, फर्स्ट फेज के इलेक्शन के नॉमिनेशन के सिर्फ अब 24 घंटे रह गए। कल ही की तो तारीख है, अगर मैं ठीक हूं तो। अब अगर कल ही तक रह गया है तो आज की रात तो इनके लिए बड़ी भारी पड़ने वाली
से चल रहा है। बिहार की जनता को पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी
ने प्रचार करोगे, पर्चा तो डालो।
बिहार बना दिया है।
अरे पर्चा तो डालो बुड़बक।
उद्योग में शून्य उपलब्धि है, ये सब पूरी है। और हमने सब चीज प्रचार में कहा है उनको।
प्रचार में लगे,
ठीक है, कहा है,
डालेंगे।
लेकिन आपका मुद्दा तो वोट चोरी करके वो राहुल गांधी ने पहले ध्वस्त कर दिया। तेजस्वी बेचारे बड़ी कोशिश किए,
वोट चोरी भी
ट्रैक
मुद्दा
पर
है,
नहीं आ
लेकिन
पाया।
वोट चोरी
फिर
तो
उसके बाद क्या
हमने
हुआ?
पकड़ के दिखाया ना वोट चोरी कहाँ
फिर
पे
उसके
है।
बाद हुआ ये कि
हमने जो भी कहा सब
पटना
सुप्रीम
हवाई
कोर्ट ने
अड्डे
उसको
पर
सही कहा।
एक अपील
कांग्रेस
केवल
के
हर्षवर्धन
नेताओं को
त्रिपाठी को नहीं
चोर
पता
कहकर
है।
एक कहा गया।
हमने जो बातें
और
कही
अभी क्या
उसको
स्थिति
सुप्रीम
है?
कोर्ट ने
अभी
मोहर लगाया।
स्थिति ये है,
एक एक करके let's
और
keep
आपको
it
भी
to right
पता
now.
है, भारतीय जनता
We don't
पार्टी
want
और
to digress
चुनाव
into
आयोग
vote चोरी.
चोर मौसेरी
Professor
भाई
Saab,
है।
you got your time. Professor Saab, you got your time. Let Harshvardhan ji at least make his opening comments and I'll open the debate. Yes, Harshvardhan ji.
देखिए जनता कैसे देखती है, बड़े अंदर अंदर बहुत अच्छे रिश्ते हों, नवल जी की पार्टी और अंशुल अभिजीत की पार्टी बड़े अच्छे रिश्ते हों, लेकिन राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी जी की बात लंबे समय से नहीं हुई है, जो फैक्ट है। अगर ये गलत है तो मेरे बोलने के बाद उसको कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट कर देंगे।
कैसे पता? इतना बड़ा झूठ कैसे बोलते हैं आप?
बुलाया था नहीं बुलाया
आपको
था?
ये कैसे पता कि
राहुल
ये
जी
बात
ने
करते हैं?
बुलाया था नहीं बुलाया था?
बुलाकर
तेजस्वी
आपके
यादव
सामने बात करेंगे।
आया ना बोल दीजिए। एक सेकंड सिंपल क्वेश्चन।
पद्मजा जी
प्रोफेसर नवल किशोर
आपके सामने बैठेंगे क्या?
प्रोफेसर नवल
तो
किशोर
सरकार नहीं हो पाई।
प्रोफेसर नवल
बिना
किशोर सिर्फ
सरकार
दो
के
सवालों का
हाल
जवाब
आप
दे दीजिए, हाँ या ना में। बहुत सिंपल सवाल है। 2 दिन पहले तेजस्वी जी जब दिल्ली में थे, क्या उनको राहुल गांधी से मुलाकात करनी थी, हाँ या ना?
कोर्ट केस में है।
बिल्कुल सब मुलाकात करने की जब भी जरूरत होगी मिलेंगे वो।
तो मुलाकात हुई कि नहीं हुई?
पता कि वो नहीं मिलेंगे?
मुलाकात हुई क्या?
नरेंद्र मोदी से थोड़े मिलेंगे जाकर?
मुलाकात हुई क्या?
पार्टनर रोज मिलते हैं, रोज बात होती है, बहुत सारे चैनल बात होती है। दूसरा सवाल क्या है बताइए?
ये तो सवाल का जवाब ही नहीं दिया। 2 दिन पहले उनकी मुलाकात हुई राहुल गांधी से, नहीं हुई?
आपको नहीं, क्योंकि आपको जवाब मिल गया है, आपको जवाब कहीं से आ गया है कि आप यही सवाल पूछिए। हम कहते हैं कि लगातार संवाद चल रहा है और आप पूछ रहे हैं कि कब मिले, कहाँ मिले, क्या बात हुई? ये कोई सवाल है क्या?
मैं तो हाँ या ना का सवाल पूछ रही हूँ। 2 दिन पहले जब तेजस्वी जी दिल्ली आए थे तो उनकी मुलाकात राहुल गांधी से हुई कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल मिले हैं और बातचीत भी हुई है।
मिले हैं और बातचीत हुई है।
इतना लंबा फेंक गए
100%।
अच्छा, आज राहुल गांधी ने तेजस्वी जी को मुलाकात के लिए दिल्ली बुलाया था कि नहीं बुलाया था?
अब देखिए, आप सारा चीज आपको पता है, उसके बाद भी आप इस तरह का बात कर रहे हैं।
पता तो
ये तो
आपको
बिल्कुल आप
भी है,
भारतीय जनता
प्रोफेसर
पार्टी की तरह
साहब।
बात कर रहे हैं।
पता
आप
तो
डिबेट नहीं कर
आपको
रहे
भी
हैं।
है, पर किसने
आज
किससे
पूरा
क्या
बीजेपी
मुलाकात
के
की,
खिलाफ
कौन
बात
सी
कर रहे हैं।
मुलाकात नहीं हुई,
आपको सब पता है।
और आपने
सब
वैसे
पता है
आपने
आपको
कॉन्फिडेंस से, आई हैव टू से आई एडमायर द कॉन्फिडेंस विद व्हिच यू सिंपली सेड हाँ जी मुलाकात हुई, मुलाकात नहीं हुई। प्रोफेसर नवल किशोर, ही केम एंड मेट केसी वेणुगोपाल।
बिल्कुल, बिहार की जनता को पता है
इन द मीटिंग नॉर वाज राहुल
बिहार
गांधी।
की जनता को पता है कि सब मुलाकात हो रही है, सब ठीक है।
चलिए, सब ठीक है आपको लग रहा है? आखिरी बात पूरी कर लीजिए हर्षवर्धन जी, देन आई वांट टू कम बैक टू अंशुल अभिजीत एंड शहजाद। यस, अपनी बात पूरी कर लीजिए। सारी मुलाकात
हुई है पद्मजा, तेजस्वी और राहुल के बीच में बातचीत तक नहीं हुई है। जब टिकट पर, सीटों पर बात होनी थी तो राहुल जी कोलंबिया थे।
बताइए,
जब
क्या
से
आपसे बात हो
बिहार
रही
से
है
लौटे
क्या?
हैं राहुल गांधी,
त्रिपाठी जी,
तब से तेजस्वी यादव से उनका कोई संपर्क नहीं हुआ।
आप कौन
और
हैं?
अभी लगातार कोशिश के बावजूद ये बातचीत पटरी से उतर गई। अब आप जरा सोचिए, नॉमिनेशन को 1 दिन बचे हो, 24-48 घंटे बचे हो और उस वक्त पार्टियां नहीं कर पा रही हैं, तो फिर ये कैसे संभव? और देखिए, बहुत साफ साफ दिख रहा है, एक तरफ एनडीए के सारे कैंडिडेट, सारे दल घोषित कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ जो महागठबंधन है वो टीवी पर झूठ बोल रहा है कि राहुल गांधी मिले। वो लाल वाला चश्मा पहनना पड़ेगा ना कि कहां दिखेंगे और सामान्य नहीं दिखते हैं, वो वाला करना पड़ेगा।
You know, I have to say this, Anshul Abhijit, that if that meeting did happen, as Professor Nawal Kishore is saying, and despite that the list hasn't been announced, I would see it even more serious problem. That you've had 2 series of meetings, not between the second leadership, but the top leadership. Then the divisions are even bigger than what one would have imagined. Because this is not, you know, Krishna Alavaru meeting with Sanjay Yadav. This is Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav meeting each other, and yet you haven't been able to finalize a list.
Solution.
Anshul Abhijit.
Again, I'm saying the same thing. I'm completely overwhelmed by your empathy about the intricacies here of what's going on in the, in the Mahagathbandhan process. I wish you wouldn't do it in such a facetious way. But yeah, your empathy is well noted in my case. Listen, there are many things that happen during seat sharing in a Mahagathbandhan. The NDA is sakshi to that. उस बात की पुष्टि एनडीए में भी हो चुकी है, उसकी जिक्र आपने बिल्कुल भी नहीं किया, कतई ही नहीं किया, लेकिन उसको करिए या ना करिए, ऐसा होता है कि एक महागठबंधन का इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस होता है. There is a particular process by which a conclusion is reached. That's going on. You can make fun of it or not. This is not the first time it has happened. It has always happened. It is the oldest party in India. It's got 75 years of glorious history where it's happened many times. It's not for the first time. But it has never affected the election result. The election result is based on issues which of Berozgari and of Gurbat, which will be fought on the ground. That's why I say the real story is on the 6th and the 11th, which are being completely ignored in this kind of facetious debate about Milete.
No, it's actually not facetious at all.
Come on, don't belittle
the process. It is not facetious because you will come to the issues when you know who is going to be the face of those
accusatory statements. I don't know where you plucked them out from.
And let me be very categorical about one thing. As far as the problems in the NDA are concerned, I wish you would have watched my show yesterday. Two people who were holding out. First, it was Jitan Ram Manjhi. He came around yesterday and he declared his candidates. And then
Good for him.
Upendra Kushwaha who said all is not well. But despite that, here is the point. Here is the point, Anshulaji, that despite this man, Upendra Kushwaha, saying very clearly, अरे सर अब मेरी बात तो पूरी अब मैं एनडीए गिना रही हूँ फिर आप बोलने नहीं दे रहे हो फिर आप कहोगे व्हाई डोंट यू टॉक अबाउट द प्रॉब्लम्स इन एनडीए उपेंद्र कुशवाहा डे बिफोर yesterday evening said all is not well in the NDA. Cut to yesterday evening and he said we will make it work. Cut to today. Let me play out for you what he has said today after declaring all of his candidates. Listen.
कुछ भी बातचीत का दौर था उस समय की सारी प्रक्रिया पूरी हो गई है और अंतिम रूप से एनडीए में कौन पार्टी कितनी सीटों पर लड़े कौन सीटों पर लड़े यह सब बात फाइनल है.
And that's how the difference is very stark. There were differences everywhere, but they got their allies to come around, and you have an ally who has sulked and postponed his press conference thrice. This is not about making a facetious debate or talking down to some. This is about talking about real fissures that exist, Anshul Abhijit. That is why Mukesh Sahni is not holding his press conference.
This is your assumption. If there are issues, they will be resolved. They have to be resolved before the deadline is over. I don't see the problem in that.
Okay,
if
then why
this
did
is what is going to preoccupy the electoral debate battle, then, well, you know, I have to move on to something else. Because I'm completely, first of all, unfazed by this questioning that why hasn't it been resolved. You know, I've gone there so many times before. Let me tell you another thing, Padmaja. I'm pretty experienced and I've seen a lot of elections. What happens during seat sharing and the processes do not affect election muddas. They do not affect the real issues which are affecting, in this case, the misery of Bihar. That will remain and that is what we are going down to. Now, if there is any other problem after tomorrow, then I'm willing to have another debate on it. Because the first deadline closes tomorrow.
All right, so this is all water under the bridge. Look, ultimately, they are united on a common plank.
Let me now address that. Are they? Even the Congress doesn't believe that the vote chori issue was the real issue. Akhilesh Prasad has said that that is not the real issue. Forget RJD believing in that issue. Point number one. They have not even come to conclusion on a common face for the entire election who will lead their campaign. Point number three, this is important because if before an election you can't get your act together and distribute few seats, how will you share power if at all you come to power? You're not coming to power. But let me ask 2 or 3 specific questions. Firstly, I admire the courage of the RJD spokesperson. पिता और बेटे का झगड़ा, भाई और भाई का झगड़ा, भाई और बहन का झगड़ा, और वो आके बोल रहा है हमारा अलायंस ग्रेट है. And Mukesh Sahni has been insulted. The entire community has been treated so badly.
He's saying this is no insult.
No, 1 second. If it is not so, then declare him as a deputy CM face. Declare him, no. Padmaja, I just want 20 seconds.
You know, we had
I'll explain.
15 seats you gave him.
I'll explain. Provided Mr. Naval Kishore speaks in his turn. Provided Mr. Naval Kishore learns to speak in his own turn. No, Padmaja, I am not going to yield. I am not going to yield to this tactics of him droning out everyone's voice. He's droned out the voice of Harshvardhan. I am not going to give him that opportunity. I am going to speak my piece. Then he can speak. I speak only when you call me to.
Okay, Professor Naval Kishore.
I speak only when it's my turn. I don't interrupt him. So he should also follow basic decorum. But then Jungle Raj wali party.
But why are you saying Mukesh Sahni?
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना आपको. You know, out of the, we have declared all our seats. You know, the first ticket BJP ने किसको दिया? We gave our first ticket symbol to a Dalit lady, and you know whom they gave? Osama. ये इनका सामाजिक न्याय है। और मुकेश सहनी को टिकट नहीं बता रहे कि कौन से सीट से लड़ेंगे। जीतेराम मांझी आज सेटिस्फाइड है ना? उपेंद्र कुशवाहा सेटिस्फाइड है ना? एक सेकंड, प्लीज स्टॉप इंटरप्टिंग मिस्टर अभिजीत। एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम यू आई डोंट एक्सपेक्ट दिस। अभिजीत, एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम यू आई डोंट एक्सपेक्ट दिस। हाउ डज वन स्पीक इन दिस डिबेट and they will shout over me? Why can't we speak in our turns?
Okay, he is rebutting.
But rebut in his turn. No, let me complete my piece. Let me complete my piece in 20 seconds.
No, he can't complete.
But he is interrupting.
20 seconds more until
Padmaja, the audiences don't follow if they are so much interruptions. Let us speak one by one. Please, I request you, Padmaja. I am in the studio, but I am not interrupting. Okay. Now, now let me tell you, these people are saying मुद्दा ना, अभी अभिजीत जी ने मुद्दे की बात की ना, तमिलनाडु में DMK wants Hindi banned. What is your stand on this? दोनों मुंह उठा के बोलते कैसे भाई?
अरे यार, what is he saying?
Isn't this an issue? Isn't Hindi ban an issue?
Anshul Avijit, one insult and second equal representation to all allies who are now satisfied. Anshul Avijit, your time.
No, what are you? What was the question, Padmaja?
The question he's asking is that yes, there may have been differences earlier. Now everyone has come around. Everyone is saying we are satisfied, including Jitan Ram Manjhi, including Chirag Paswan, including Upendra Kushwaha.
You declare Tejasvi as the face?
Where am I discounting? You know, this is fine. Good for you. This is an electoral battle that involves two Gathbandhans. There are two coalitions parties involved. If you got your seat sharing, which you claim to have, a couple of hours in advance, good for you. What else do you want me to say? Do you think this will determine the outcome of the election? And if you have this disillusional belief, then good for you also. I always said that you needed a head start.
Sir, you declare it after the election.
अरे यार बोलने
Sir, आप पर्चा बाद में भर दो.
बोलने दो यार.
आप इलेक्शन डेट के बाद भरो, 14 तारीख के बाद भर दो.
अरे आप बड़ी परेशानी हो रही है आपको यार.
मुझे कहाँ परेशानी है? आप 14 के बाद ही भरो.
नहीं मैं भावुक हो रहा हूँ आपकी परेशानी से. बड़ी अच्छा लग रहा है.
आप तो रहने दो. किशोर जी, तेजस्वी जी को तो कहीं का नहीं छोड़ा.
पद्मजा, you expect me to answer? Are you Padmaja asking a question at the behest of Shehzad?
No. This is actually Professor Naval Kishore who's asking the maximum questions right now. I am not even in the picture. It is Professor Naval Kishore who is talking over you. And also Professor Naval Kishore's party, who many are saying are taking away many seats from you, including, isn't Kehelgaon and Jale seat the ones that Congress wants to contest? सबसे ज्यादा आप लोगों के ऊपर बोल रहे हैं.
सब कुछ पता चल जाएगा आपको. ऑल इन गुड टाइम.
नवल भाई, इतना भी क्या परेशान होना. आज तो आप बहुत परेशान दिख रहे हैं. आज आप बहुत परेशान हैं. इतना भी क्या परेशान होना. चुनाव है, लड़िए चुनाव अच्छे से.
Don't even know how much each one is fighting. Congress and RJD don't know how much they are each one is fighting. This is the reality.
ये बताइए एक सेकंड प्रोफेसर साहब, you are talking about amicably settling the problem. आप कहलगांव और जाले दे दीजिए ना कांग्रेस को, जैसे जेडीयू ने अपनी सीट दे दी है इनके उप मुख्यमंत्री को, वहां से वो लड़ रहे हैं ना अभी, आप भी दे दीजिए.
अरे आपको बताइए, आप आ जाइए नेगोशिएशन में.
अरे आप बुला लेते पहले तो आज का दिन नहीं देखना पड़ता. आप मुझे
आपको इनकी नहीं, डोनाल्ड ट्रंप की जरूरत है. आप ट्रंप को बुला लीजिए. आप ट्रंप साहब बुला लीजिए.
बीजेपी पूछ रहा है.
अरे देखिए नवल साहब, आपने मुझे 15 दिन पहले बोला होता, आई वुड हैव टेकन इट सीट बाय सीट एंड सेड द बक स्टॉप्स हियर. यू वुडंट हैव हैड दिस प्रॉब्लम. आई वुड हैव मेड श्योर दैट द बक स्टॉप्स हियर.
वी आर एट ईज.
You need Trump साहब now. अभी ट्रंप ही आपको सीजफायर करा सकते हैं.
ओके,
मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि समस्या कोई नहीं है, टकराव कोई नहीं है, तनाव कोई नहीं है. आप क्यों इतना परेशान हैं?
तो फिर आप
इतना भी माहौल कैसे बना पाते हैं?
बड़े चीज की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं.
अरे सब आपको पता है, फिर भी आप इतना माहौल बना लेते हैं. ऐसे मत किया कीजिए. ऐसे तो आप कैसे माहौल बना लेते हैं? आपको पता है क्या हालत है. पटना में आप बैठे हुए हैं, आपको पता है कितना बुरा हाल है.
पटना एयरपोर्ट पे देख लीजिए हाल क्या है.
आप आइए तो आपको पता चलेगा कि आप हार रहे हैं.
नहीं,
आप कितना भी भाजपा को जिताने का
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, भाजपा जीते वो तो जनता तय करेगी, लेकिन आप
बिहार को बर्बाद
इतना कमाल कर रहे हैं. मैं तो इस पर खुश हो रहा हूँ.
We are getting more news and it's actually going to bring some good cheer to both Anshul Avijit and Professor Saab. It turns out that Mukesh Sahni has finally been brought around 15 seats is what he has agreed to. This is what our sources are saying. तो इस मामले में आप सूत्रों को बिलिया, जिसमें आपने थम्स अप भी दिखा दिया. ये सूत्र आपको पसंद आ गए नवल किशोर जी. पहले तो आप सूत्रों को मान ही रहे थे, यहाँ आपने जल्दी से थम्स अप दिखा दिया।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ और आप मान ही नहीं रहे हैं, तो क्या करें आपको।
अच्छा देखिए, 15 सीटें मिल रही है मुकेश सहनी को, वो कल अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करने वाले हैं, और गौरा बोरम से ही, जिस दरभंगा की सीट हम बात कर रहे थे, पर वहां से तो आपके कैंडिडेट ने अपना नॉमिनेशन भर दिया है। हाँ प्रोफेसर साहब, अब वापस करवाएंगे उनसे?
जल्दी
अरे करें, आप चाय पीजिए ना, सब समस्या का समाधान हो जाएगा। ये महागठबंधन है।
सोच लीजिए, अफजल अली साहब का पर्चा आपने भरवाया है, अब अफजल अली साहब का नॉमिनेशन वापस करवाना पड़ेगा, कहीं एंटी माइनॉरिटी आपका टैग ना लग जाए। अफजल अली साहब अपना पर्चा भर चुके हैं, अब उनका नाम वापस लेना पड़ेगा आपको।
चले गए, फिर आप चले गए हिंदू मुसलमान पे। पद्मजा जी, लगता है कि आपने उधर से कुछ ना कुछ डिक्टेशन लिया है। यहाँ कोई समस्या नहीं होने वाला है।
अभी आप मेरे को थम्स अप दिखा रहे थे, अब आपको डिक्टेशन नजर आ रहा है। चलिए गुड, आई एम ग्लैड।
धर्मांध लोगों का प्रदेश नहीं है।
आई एम ग्लैड दैट
सांप्रदायवादी लोगों का नहीं है, कम्युनल नहीं है, सोशलिस्ट है। जयप्रकाश की भूमि है,
you happy and glad.
सोशलिज्म देख लिया, चैंपियन सोशलिज्म देख लिया।
Okay, I'm going to give 30 seconds to everyone, starting with you, Anshul Avijit. Congratulations, if this is actually working out. Good. All is well that ends well, as they say. I hope that all of it, all the 15 seats will now quickly be decided. Anshul Avijit, final 30.
Yeah, no. As I was saying, I'm absolutely thrilled and delighted that I could make you glad. Not that I was really unhappy or looked disturbed. I was completely unfazed to the entire process, because the process needs to be culminated at such a stage, and it will be. Look, we have nothing to worry about. We have earned already the trust of the electorate. I never like to second guess what the electorate is going to do, but I think we are ahead in this election.
Okay.
Clearly ahead, and we're going to win.
Okay, 30 seconds over. That's how you fight an election. Look at how calm they both are. You keep saying that there's panic, aag lag rahi hai. Look at how happy and smiling they both are.
I will only use 5 of my 30 seconds and give them my 25 seconds. Our face is Nitish Kumar. Both of them should agree that Tejasvi is their face. 25 seconds yours.
चलिए, प्रोफेसर साहब।
नहीं, उनसे पूछो ना, अभिजीत से पूछो पहले। इज तेजस्वी their face? Is तेजस्वी their face? पूछो। अरे my time I have given. I've given my time. पूछो।
Anshul Avijit, do you want to comment on that?
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, इसके लिए
आप क्या उदित राज आपकी बात न कर रहे, छोड़ दीजिए आप।
आपको गिफ्ट मिलेगी, बहुत बड़ी हार।
अभिजीत is silent.
महागठबंधन की जीत और आपकी बहुत बड़ी हार।
Okay, just like he's been holding that seat, now he's taking Anshul Avijit's time also. Anshul Avijit, only 15 seconds. Tejasvi Yadav as CM. Now that everything is hammered out.
The Gathbandhan is going to win this election. It is fighting as a wholesome composite unit. Always in a parliamentary democracy, as we have known, the Westminster model, the face of the chief minister has been always decided afterwards.
2009, Manmohan Singh was parliamentary, then he was declared as the face.
This is how just the Congress party has done in the last 75 years.
Okay, last 30 seconds, Harshvardhan ji. चलिए, आप भागम भाग शुरू होगी phase 2 के लिए।
नहीं, देखिए, अच्छा है। अब इसके अलावा तो कोई विकल्प था नहीं, क्योंकि एनडीए ने अपनी सीटें तय कर ली थी, तो मुकेश सहनी इनके साथ रहे, इसमें एनडीए ने खुद ही इनकी मदद कर दी। लेकिन अभी भी तेजस्वी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा न बताना, मैं ये मानता हूं कि कांग्रेस रणनीतिक गलती कर रही है। आप अभी तक आपने अपनी पार्टी को मजबूत करने के लिए किया, वो बिल्कुल दुरुस्त बात है, ये होता है। कांग्रेस को भी अधिकार है कि वो अपनी पार्टी को मजबूत करे, लेकिन अब आप एक साथ लड़ रहे हैं, बिना संकोच के आपको कहना चाहिए कि हम तेजस्वी की लीडरशिप में लड़ रहे हैं। अगर कल को चुनाव के बाद ये होगा, आपकी पार्टी के लोग, आरजेडी के लोग दूसरा नेता चुने तो चुने, लेकिन अभी कहने में इतना मन छोटा क्या करना, ये चिंता की बात है।
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. And by the way, there are people within the Congress, one MP of the Congress who has said Tejasvi should be the face. And he also is the same person who keeps saying, why are you asking me all the questions? Go ask Krishna Alavaru. I will leave you to guess who that person is for the time being. Thank you very much, all gentlemen, for having joined me on debate number 1. Viewers, has RSS phobia driven Congress to such an extent that they will now be targeting people in their own government? That's what appears to be happening in Karnataka, where several government employees are about to lose their job. They are about to be suspended and have been sent a show cause notice by State Minister Priyank Khadge. What have they done so wrong? As per the Congress, their crime is that they attended centenary celebrations of the RSS, which made the Siddaramaiah Sarkar so angry that they have now issued a 2013 circular, a show cause notice based on a 2013 circular that restricts government officials from participating or attending any political events in the state. The Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Minister wrote to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah earlier demanding stern punishment to all of these people. This comes days after another letter he wrote to the CM seeking a total ban on RSS activities on government premises, calling them unconstitutional and against the spirit of national unity. Now, this decision by the Karnataka government has snowballed into a full-fledged war of words, with the BJP saying that the Congress is almost acting like Pakistan. Why does it have a problem with the RSS? And others saying that this is only a diversionary tactic. All right, joining us on the debate now, Harshvardhan Tripathi continues with us, and we have spokesperson of the Congress, Deepak Thimaiya. So why? Why is it so wrong if somebody has attended a centenary celebration? There are several people who were of communist leaning, who were part of the government, who were in government departments, and now people are going to be suspended simply because they attended a celebration.
Do I answer?
Yes, please go on.
See, the thing is that the whole country knows, and perhaps the whole world knows, what the RSS stands for and what its ideology is. And even if it's not explicitly expressed, but also if at all you read the literature of the RSS, you can know that, whether the RSS believes in a unified India with the assimilation of the societies and rather the communities and the religions, and where you can actually see one India with people respecting one another. And if at all such is the ideology that even if the government officials are going to ascribe themselves to, that is a cause of concern, because a state like Karnataka is basically secular, and it's been voting secular parties and also secular dispensations for a very long time. And let me tell you very clearly that the government, well within its rights, can actually consider something as a threat or something as a cause for concern. It is not talking about the citizens at all. And even when you talk about Mr. Kharge's letter to the government, it is very, very clear where he says that it's only about the government spaces and public spaces. It's not about private spaces at all, and he's not asking for a ban.
But hold on a second. I just want to stop you at the point of people being suspended for attending centenary celebrations. Are you also going to check if anybody among your government departments is a member of the Seva Dal, for example, or if there are members of the Communist Party, or if they are left-leaning? Are you going to check on all those people as well? And how will you determine that?
But you have also read about the manifesto of Seva Dal, which very, very specifically speaks about the unity of the country and keeping the country together, and it doesn't believe in
No, but Mr. Kharge has quoted a government law which says that nobody can be associated with an organization that has political leaning.
What kind of organization is something that, see, for example, would you allow anybody in your organization to be associated with an organization that believes in perhaps, violence or
that is your interpretation, sir. I am just quoting. I am quoting the rule that Priyank Kharge quoted. He said that government service rules don't allow you to associate with an organization which has political leanings or political associations. Then
Mr.
everyone
Kharge
in
has
Seva Dal,
expressed-
everyone who has ever participated in any communist event, any seminar, gone to any of their meets, everyone should be suspended. Are you picking on all those people as well?
No, let me with respect to everybody who is dissenting, let me tell you very clearly, Mr. Kharge is not declaring himself the dictator or the be all and end all of the Congress party in Karnataka. He just expressed an opinion. And I think that he's well within his right to say what he
people have been put on notice.
About.
People have been show-caused and they are going to be suspended simply because they went for RSS centenary celebrations.
No.
First of all, what makes you decide that because they have gone for RSS centenary celebrations, they are card-carrying members of the RSS? And what makes you decide that they are going to engage in violent activities simply because they went for a celebration?
No. Do you actually think that just issuing a notice amounts to, suspension or, termination and things like that?
No, he's actually said as much. And we'll play out what he has said. He's a minister and he said, in my department, we have issued show cause notice and soon those people are going to be suspended. verbatim.
Mr.
That is
Kharge,
what he has said.
Would you listen to me for a moment? Mr. Kharge is somebody who believes in the Constitution, and the Constitution very clearly says that no elected authority or anybody is an autocrat, and certainly that, it is open to questioning, and you have courts, you have a very, very sound democratic system. So if Mr. Kharge says also that if at all you think it is wrong, you can actually apply the elements of the Constitution and see whether...
Okay, so I just want to, just to put things on record, I want to play what the minister has said, and then I'm coming to Harshvardhan ji. Let's just play out what the minister said exactly. Listen.
Cabinet is of the opinion that there are various acts and rules that are there within the government. All these need to be unified, and we come up with a new set of orders and rules that dictate how government institutions, government premises, government grounds, government aided institutions will be utilized by private people or associations, and also public roads and public spaces. It cannot be a free for all. You have anything to do, you have any function to celebrate, seek permission from the authorities, as we have told you. You cannot march at your whims and fancies. You will not be allowed to brandish sticks and intimidate people with slogans. You want to do anything, seek permission. If deemed fit, the permission will be given. If not, no. And this is not about one organization or one institution. It is for everybody. The rules apply to me, to you, or any other association.
हर्षवर्धन जी, यहाँ पर साफ साफ कहा था प्रियांक खड़गे ने कि उनको सस्पेंड किया जा रहा है. क्या ये एक्शन सही है या नहीं?
पद्मजा, संघ पर 3 बार प्रतिबंध लग चुका है. संघ कोई किसी सरकार सत्ता के रहमो करम से बड़ा नहीं हुआ है. संघ पर सिर्फ प्रतिबंध नहीं लगा है, संघ के खिलाफ कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी, आप कम्युनल कह रहे हैं, सबसे ज्यादा दंगे कांग्रेस के राज में हुए. संघ पर महात्मा गांधी की हत्या का आरोप लगाया गया, जो एकदम न्यायालय के सामने कहीं दूर दूर तक टिका नहीं. संघ पर जो प्रतिबंध लगे वो दूर दूर तक टिके नहीं. और अब जब ये सब कर रहे हैं तो मुझे तो लगता है प्रियांक खड़गे को लग रहा है कि सिद्धारमैया और डीके शिव कुमार के बीच की लड़ाई में वो थोड़ा और पुश करें. उनके पिता मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन पाए तो वो बन जाए, जो है, क्योंकि सिद्धारमैया जी तो उनको हटना है, डीके शिव कुमार बार बार क्लेम कर रहे हैं, और चूंकि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी की उम्र हो गई तो अब तो वो मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे नहीं. तो प्रियांक खड़गे इसलिए वो कर रहे हैं, उनको लगता है कि राहुल गांधी को ये सब अच्छा लगेगा. लेकिन ये देश बनाना रिपब्लिक नहीं है. इस देश में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, ये देश बाकायदा उसी लिहाज से चलता है. ये प्रियांक खड़गे जो कह रहे हैं वो थ्रेट टू कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और थ्रेट टू डेमोक्रेसी है. मुझे लगता है कि देश के लोग ये देख रहे हैं, और एक बार फिर से इसका ट्रायल हो ही जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि चुनाव के वक्त कांग्रेस ने कहा था कि हम बजरंग दल पर प्रतिबंध लगाएंगे. क्या हुआ? क्यों नहीं प्रतिबंध लगाए? लगा देना चाहिए. अगर उनको सचमुच लगता है कि ये लोग गलत कर रहे थे, कर देना चाहिए. एक बार इसका भी ट्रायल हो जाए.
Mr. Tamaya.
Okay, like the respected panelists said that during the elections there was this big thing about, the Congress would, if it came to power, ban Bajrang Dal, but there were like these prayers in temples and people started screaming slogans, and people did not want anybody to, the BJP did not want anybody to vote the Congress, but the kind of result that we got. And let me tell you, even now, if at all, the government of Karnataka is saying something like this, it is not saying anything against the RSS about banning RSS. But let me tell you, Mr. Kharge has very clearly said that he is not a dictator, or rather that we are not even in a dictatorial dispensation where we can talk about banning, because that is not even allowed as of today. But he also said if at all we come to power with enough majority in the center, that's a different matter. But if at all there is a concern about the RSS's ideology, which Mr. Kharge is talking about, who is somebody everybody been fighting for the protection of the constitution, and with his background and the kind of suffering his community and the legacy that he comes from, if at all he is saying something like this, instead of getting into a debate and trying to understand why this is like the call that's coming in 2025, when particularly the RSS is celebrating, and maybe that it is time that people debate why can't RSS correct its course, why can't RSS
but that is course correction according to your interpretation, sir. This is like somebody saying that the Congress is engaged in violence and they need to course correct. That is your interpretation. There is nothing in the constitution which talks about violence. They've got no case against them.
Spoken against any community at all. I was watching a video recently. See, let me tell you very simple. RSS, what it's doing today, if at all it were to get Mr. Amit Shah's son or some other leader's son to, wear Ganavesh and go in a march or, say, I love RSS, that's a different matter. What are you doing? You're getting the poor and the unempowered people to actually, hold the lathis and walk because you're giving them a false sense of pride
plenty of people, Mr. Thimaya, there are plenty of people who are far from being disempowered, who have been part of the RSS, who are parts of the RSS, including the Prime Minister of India himself.
But why are you not talking
about the fact that I am a Swayam Sevak? He continues to be a member of the RSS.
पद्मजा, राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि हर मिनिस्ट्री में, हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में, हर जगह संघी घुस गए हैं, और ये कह रहे हैं कि लोग है ही नहीं है। राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में संघी घुस गए हैं, हर मिनिस्ट्री संघी चला रहा है। तो क्या ये सारे लोग, इनको समझ में नहीं आता है? और आपके कहने से आपका एक ब्रैकेट है, उसमें आप देखते हैं संघ को, लेकिन जरूरी नहीं, अगर ऐसे देख रहे होते तो लोग संघ की शाखाओं में क्यों जाते? इतने लोग क्यों शामिल हो जाते उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में? और प्रणब मुखर्जी क्यों जाते नागपुर में और कहते कि नहीं ये संगठन ये बहुत अच्छा है? Mahatma Gandhi se lekar Pranab Mukherjee tak.
The simple point is this: you may have a difference of opinion about a certain organization. You want their activities to be curtailed, is a different story altogether. But it is almost a witch hunt when you say that we are going to have people suspended simply because they went and attended one event, one meeting of a certain organization. This is exactly the kind of action that is intended to have a chilling effect on people. You can't ban an organization. So you warn people that we will come for you if you so much as associate with the RSS. Is this the definition of democracy? I leave that to your judgment. Gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us despite the repeated attempts, and there have been at least 3 attempts to try and ban the RSS. The organization over the last 100 years has grown. It has flourished. It hasn't just survived. It has thrived. But if now there is an attempt afresh after a full 100 years to try and curtail the activities of the RSS, it must be explained, it must be challenged, because at the end of the day, nothing can be done outside the bounds of the Constitution. Time for a quick break.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
A quick look at what else is making news across the country today. Prime Minister today launched development projects worth around 13,430 crores in Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh. The initiatives span key sectors including infrastructure, energy, defence, manufacturing, railways and industry. This marks a major push for the state's economic growth and connectivity. The countdown has begun for NDTV's World Summit. Former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is in Delhi for the summit. He met BJP President JP Nadda. Sri Lanka's Prime Minister is also in India for the summit amid a 3-day state visit. The biggest global thought ideas platform and the top thought leaders will be seen on one stage over the next 2 days. Kapil Sharma's popular cafe in Surrey, Canada, Caps Cafe has come under attack for the 3rd time with a gunman opening fire in a brazen act captured on video on Thursday. The latest incident has been claimed, or rather responsibility for this has been claimed by associates of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. And that's it then today from me on the show. But remember, as always, for every story that matters, the buck stops here.
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi this October.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। BMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
In Bihar, बहुत politics है. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes
showcasing the NDTV 24/7 prime time, presented by Schneider Electric, Smart Home Solutions as studio partner.
It's been one of the key focal points in India-US relations now for several months. Will there or will there not be a trade deal? There's a sense of cautious optimism, but it's been going up and down. We've seen a lot of rhetoric primarily from Washington, but there is an effort now at fixing the differences which may exist or may have existed in the equation between Washington and New Delhi to get this done. Joining us to talk a little bit about that, somebody who knows the India-US relationship inside out, Ambassador Atul Keshav, President of the US-India Business Chamber, USIBC. Thanks very much. Welcome back to India.
Thank you, Vishnu, and it's great to see you in person.
Great to have you and chat with you as well. First up, the big story is, in a sense, President Donald Trump's statement where he said that, he was optimistic in a sense of India seizing our import of Russian oil. And then there's a statement from New Delhi, which actually says that we're looking to diversify energy imports, potentially looking at the United States as well. How would you look at both of these remarks?
So I've been talking for a few months about the need for a glide path, because when a country as large as India, with as much energy demand as India, reallocates its energy imports, it has to be done gradually, lest there be energy shock and food shock, not only for India, but all around the world. So what I get from these remarks is that the United States and Indian governments are clearly talking. They're talking in a constructive way, and they must be talking along those lines about how a transition can happen, because India cannot turn on a dime. The Indian people need to have power and electricity to fuel their economic rise. So this must be done in a phased manner, and I would imagine that's probably what they're talking about. But this actually creates an opportunity, Vishnu, because our countries can actually work together in a complete array of energy consumption and production areas: nuclear, renewables, oil and gas. And of course, the American hydrocarbons are not subject to any geographic or supply chain choke points. So I see this as actually an area for potential collaboration, even as the overall bilateral relationship is also starting to warm up again.
I found that statement of President Trump, the last bit, quite interesting, that this would be perhaps an interim move, and that India, once the war between Russia and Ukraine ends, might then go back to importing Russian oil. So is that essentially the contours of a quote-unquote deal?
Well, I can't speak for the president.
Yeah, I can't. Having your opinion.
I can't speak for the president, but he was very clear in the Oval. He said that he wants this war to end. Yeah. And he feels that the method by which this war ends is if Russia cannot generate the revenue it needs to sustain it. The president spoke very clearly about the fact that the Russians have lost over 1 million of their citizens in this war. And so if this is the means by which the war ends, and there is some sort of reset in international relations, then who's to say what the future may hold? Things could go back to normal. But the need of the hour is for the war to end, and I think all countries that are shocked by the bloodletting should contribute. And it's good that the US and India are having constructive discussions on this and on the trade issues.
Ensuring stable energy prices and secured supplies have been the twin goals of our energy policy. This is what Delhi says. If India were to step up the import of hydrocarbons, for example, from the United States, we would be looking for the best price. And that's obviously where India derives an advantage from Russia. How would one work through that potential difference?
Well, this potentially has a government-to-government dimension, but it also has a government to corporate or even corporate to corporate dimension. And this is where the two governments can have a role in creating a structure and a framework that ensures that the glide path makes sense for the Indian consumer and keeps the lights on here in a way that is manageable for the Indian system. So again, these issues are best managed in private. I'm glad that the governments are discussing. There's an Indian trade delegation in Washington right now. The members of USIBC, both Indian and American, have been vociferous and vocal in their desire for an ambitious and helpful and meaningful trade agreement between the two countries. It is good that we're talking again. We had the Indian Commerce Minister...
Were you ever not talking?
Well, at a certain point, I think we were talking on the TV cameras. So it's always better to talk in private when you're having a difficult
But that's an interesting point. Since when have things really stepped up by way of conversation and negotiations?
Well, just in the past, I would say 6 weeks to 8 weeks, there have been 2 phone calls between the President and the Prime Minister. You will have noticed that Ambassador Gore has now been confirmed by the Senate, and he was here very recently and met the Prime Minister and other officials. There is an Indian trade delegation in Washington today. There was one in New York during UNGA. The pace of engagement is quite intense. That's good. That means that we are getting back to business. And speaking for the business community, that's exactly what the business community wants. In fact, if the US and India can get the trade deal resolved and finalized, if they can work out a glide path on Russian oil, then there is, I think, no limit to what we can do together. One of the critical needs of the hour is working on critical minerals. If India, for instance, were to help the United States figure out how to solve the critical mineral conundrum, using friendships that we have all around the world and using our capability, and lets us escape from having others control the pinch points on critical minerals, that will be a great thing for India, America, and all of humanity. So
how would India do that potentially?
Well,
in terms of critical minerals, I mean, are we looking at mining in India, exploring for critical minerals in India, a larger...
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of demand that would come out of America and India for those critical minerals. I think India has the know-how, the US has the know-how, our companies do as well. We would need to build the capability, not just in America and India, but frankly among partners around the world. We would need to enhance the sourcing in countries like Chile and in India and America to ensure that our industries are supplied with what they need. But this requires focus. And it's not just on critical minerals, it's also on things like pharmaceuticals. You know, we have to eliminate pinch points in the supply chain that are controlled by other people. The pandemic has taught us that. If we can get through the trade agreement, if we can get through the Russian oil and get on a glide path, let's start working on the real challenges that we face together in the 21st century. And let's double down on the AI investments and the research and all the other frontier technologies where we work well together.
I'm going to talk about all of these points, but first up, there's the ASEAN summit. That's on the 25th and 26th of this month. Do you foresee a meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi?
Well, the mood music has substantially improved, so I can't say for certain, but I hope there would be a meeting. And I think a meeting would be good. In fact, if it offers the opportunity for both to close the trade deal, that would be magnificent.
So that was my next question. Would that meeting be premised, to your mind, as somebody who's sort of seen the system, would that be premised on a trade deal having been arrived at, more or less?
Dates are helpful in focusing governments. It gives them a limiting factor for negotiations. But really, governments conclude deals when they are ready. And often that involves politics, domestic politics in both countries. You know, President Trump has a domestic constituency, Prime Minister Modi does as well. That's the complicating factor and joy of governing massive, diverse democracies. So who's to say if that summit and the deadline of that summit will actually drive an outcome? But I do think both governments are hopeful to conclude the deal by the end of this year.
I briefly met Ambassador Gore when he was over here, and I mean, we went through that statement of his very carefully. In fact, he gave that statement to NDTV as well. He's upbeat clearly about the equation, the relationship, besides sort of checking out his new home when he comes over here in a couple of months from now. How important was that visit in terms of figuring out where both countries are, considering that we haven't been in the greatest place a few weeks or a few months back?
So I view that visit as having sent a very powerful message of reassurance and almost kind of a reset for the relationship. You know, the way that he was confirmed so speedily by the Senate, how quickly he came out here right after being confirmed, how well he was received in India, to me indicates that Delhi and Washington are trying to have a reset and to get back on the important path related to the work that must get done between our countries.
Was that the takeaway, that things are okay, or was there anything more substantive? That was there perhaps a takeaway that a trade deal will get done, that there were indicators from New Delhi which suggested that the differences were more or less closing?
Well, look, I'm not part of the government anymore, so I don't have direct knowledge, but what I hear is that both sides have, to quote an old Star Trek saying, have gone where no one has gone before. So let's hope that some innovation and new ideas have come that would allow us finally to achieve that. I have been militating for a trade deal between the United States and India since many years ago in my government career. It has been elusive, it has been difficult. Our political exigencies on both sides have gotten in the way. If we can actually pull this off, then there's so much more work we can achieve together. So I wish both governments every success.
You use the words political exigencies. One of the things which President Trump has been repeatedly saying is that he brought an end to the conflict between India and Pakistan during Op Sindoor. I've been part of briefings where, you know, the timeline which was spelled out to us seemed to indicate that there was no US role at all. It was Pakistan that came to the ceasefire table. And yet this keeps coming up over and over again. It is sensitive, obviously, for India, as you can imagine. Do you believe statements like that don't help the process that you're talking about, getting a trade deal done?
Well, there has clearly been a lot of water that has flowed both down the Potomac and the Yamuna since that moment. And I think both governments have put a lot of effort into trying to get us back to a more stable equilibrium. So I don't want to rehash all of that. What's been said and done is behind us. We should really look to the future. If you look at the anxieties that my government and my country have about supply chains and about the reliance that we have on other countries, there is an opportunity for the US and India to move beyond some of the rhetoric of the summer and refocus on the important work at hand that both of our governments have been working on for a long time.
So let's talk a little bit about the specifics. We've discussed critical materials, minerals. Let's talk about AI. It's one of the key points which have come up in bilateral discussions between both sides. What is the future as far as AI is concerned? And I also ask this because of Google's massive investment in Andhra Pradesh just a couple of days back.
Right.
How is that an area which is, endless possibility-wise?
Sure. Well, first of all, there's an enormous amount of investment by American companies in India, Indian companies in America. Just in the last week or two, we've seen announcements by Eli Lilly, by Google, by Anthropic, and so many others, Qualcomm. The list goes on. And that is also true of Indian companies in America. They're all members of USIBC. What business wants is for Delhi and Washington to send a clear signal of their recommitment to one another, and a clear signal that investments in both directions are good for both countries and are welcomed by both governments. Industry also wants predictability. It wants a feeling that these efforts on AI and all the other frontier technologies are officially encouraged, especially between our two countries. And so if our governments can send that signal through the trade deal, then you will see, I think, even more investment in both directions, which is good for both of us. I would also say that it's very important that the governments understand that the free movement of skilled workers is also critical to the development of these technologies and ensures the efficiency of our companies in being able to achieve that vision.
One of the key areas where America and India have partnered is defense, and there's that incredible deal, a huge deal on jet engines which has been signed. It has to be implemented. There are concerns here about the pace of implementation. Be that as it may, India is strategically autonomous, and in as much as several American leaders have said that, why is India continuing to import Russian weapon systems? That's not going to go away. If anything, that's going to continue apace, based on our own experiences, very recently, in fact, with Russian weapon systems. Is that something America will have to accept?
I think America does accept that. If you look at the statements over the years by successive U.S. governments, there's an understanding that a country that has such an enormous legacy stockpile of Russian equipment cannot turn on a dime. This is the same point about the Russian oil. But there can be a glide path. And if you look at India's acquisitions over the past 20 years, there have been more and more acquisitions of American platforms that have served India very well. I think the feeling in the States is certainly India can have its continuing relations with other countries because that is India's sovereign right. But from the American perspective, there is also a desire to have India do more with us. So if it's more drones, or it's more transport aircraft, or it's more fighter aircraft, or more helicopters, everybody has a paratha. Every one of those parathas wants a little bit of mukkan. U.S. side also wants that. It's reasonable.
The words linking and delinking of India and Pakistan has been a cause of concern over here in New Delhi. We keep seeing new statements by the American leadership at various levels sort of appearing to link India and Pakistan. If there's a statement on Pakistan, then there's a statement on India. And we don't like that because we've always valued a relationship with New Delhi, which is very different from any relationship America may have with anyone else. Therefore, this linking is potentially problematic. It is problematic. Is that something America needs to think about deeply?
So I was on a program the other day where I talked about how the rhetoric in our relationship had been sort of stripped away and the reality had been exposed. And I'm very worried about that as someone who has worked as hard as I can to build the full potential of U.S.-India relations for decades. The joint statements by both governments have always reflected our highest aspirations for each other. But the last few months have laid bare a reality. And when that reality is laid bare, then it behooves us to transition to two more R's, rhetoric to reality, and then relevance and reciprocity.
There is terrorism which comes from that part of the world. And therefore, I think many in India would expect a more consistent statement from the United States.
It's a fair point, Vishnu. You know, there are so many people in my old world of military officers, intelligence officers, diplomats, who will never forget the lessons of Tora Bora, or of Abbottabad, or of Mumbai, or of 1,000 other things. But the U.S. is moving at a tremendous pace right now. You know, if you look at the ambitions of this administration, it has a sweeping vision of what it intends to do, not only within the United States, but in America's relationships around the world. It is trying to reshape things in ways that are happening very rapidly, and I think that pace of change will even accelerate. So, as much as we all heed the lessons of history, there are current exigencies and current demands that our friends in Islamabad have frankly figured out how to be relevant about. And we can not like it, and we can, you know, maybe even critique it, but the truth is they have adjudged very clearly where their relevance is to the Washington that exists now. Not the Washington of rhetoric or the Washington of imagination, but the Washington of right now.
Right. I would suggest that the bedrock of our relationship is people, you know, people to people. I mean, these are historic links and these are very important links. I just want to understand whether America's new policy, for example, on H-1B visas, is something that potentially would drive away many Americans from seeking many Indians from seeking the great American dream. I'll give you an example. When any number of college students spend crores of rupees to get into American universities, they want a free opportunity or a free chance, a fair chance at living that American dream, getting a job in America and carrying on. And, you know, I mean, that's the way it's been. That road, that path is now almost shut. And that disturbs a lot of people over here. Does that take away from the relationship between people at one stage, at one level?
Yeah, it's a fair point. Look, I think what you're running into is domestic politics in the United States. This is not so much about India as it is about the heartland. And the feeling that has been expressed among the voters who did vote for President Trump and for J.D. Vance, that American young people are not getting enough of an opportunity for good quality, high-paying jobs so that they can also build their American dream.
Right.
So obviously the H-1Bs are the leading edge of that sentiment, but the H-1Bs are not just an Indian visa category, even though the preponderance go to Indians because of the amazing skills of the Indian people and the talent that they bring to companies in both directions, the innovation that they bring. But it really is a reflection of domestic politics. If you look at other things like the president's announcement on pharmaceuticals, it may look like it's directed toward India. It's actually directed toward a desire to rebuild our capability at home. So much of this is driven by a domestic political impetus about making America great again. And part of that, when you look at MAGA Twitter, is a steady drumbeat that they feel that their children are not able to get jobs. So I think if you understand it from that prism, then you can start to understand that this is more about us than about India, frankly. Right. But it, of course, has an impact on India, a disproportionate impact, and on Indians. The other thing I would say is that it is important that there be talent mobility in order for our companies to continue to be at the forefront of innovation. But the ecosystem of the United States, especially in Silicon Valley, is not easily reproduced. And so companies and governments will have to introspect about what it takes to fuel innovation, even in the face of these increasing restrictions on talent mobility, and how you kind of capture the lightning in the jar that is Silicon Valley. Because if it were easy to do, it would have happened all around the world.
Yeah.
It takes real focus and effort in order to create that. And I hope that we as Americans will be able to retain that for a long time to come, because it has fueled our innovation and our prosperity for many decades. And I do hope that there will be some adjustment over time on the skilled worker visas and other forms of immigration that allow us to retain our innovation.
I think the flip side of Americans seeking more jobs and more opportunities in your own country, which is your birthright, is that international students would find it less attractive to go to America, spend crores of rupees potentially, and that doesn't do well for your universities. I mean, Indian students are among the largest, if not the largest, international cohort of students.
Right.
American universities earn a great deal from Indians. So it's something which would be disadvantageous to your universities at a very basic level, I would suggest.
Yes, no, it's a fair point. I think that we have to roll out the welcome mat because America's great genius has been its immigration, innovation, entrepreneurship engine. And part of that is bringing kids from all around the world to study in America, learn our ways of life, our systems. You know, when I was in government service, the first thing I would look at when I was looking at the bio of an official with whom I was about to meet was to see whether they had studied in America. And if they had, it created an immediate connection. So that's a very valuable and precious thing that I hope we will continue to sustain.
One or two questions. Our Prime Minister was in Tianjin recently. There's a reset in the relationship with China. Some would suggest that the strategic partnership between our countries is premised on concerns over China. Is that changing?
I don't think it is. I think that long term, the challenge posed by China in terms of its overproduction, its intense focus on pinch points in global supply chains creates a conundrum for Delhi, for Washington, for the Europeans, for powers all around the world. Nobody wants someone else to control their own nation's vitality and prosperity and access to technology. I think you're probably going to see a lot of conversations between Delhi and Washington about how to ensure our independence. I don't think we're in it to sort of tie the other guy down or infringe his ability to be prosperous, but we don't want anyone else doing that to us. That was Abe Shinzo's vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. I think that logic is going to continue to drive us. We've been through kind of a blip and an adjustment. You know, Washington is a very new Washington. There's a new politics in Washington. But longer term, these strategic tendencies, I think, are going to continue to drive us and frankly drive us closer together.
A final question. We're talking about China. There's this huge allegation of Ashley Tellis, who's had a decisive role in Indo-US relations and the civil nuclear deal, being potentially a spy for China. Potentially and allegedly, I use those words repeatedly. Your thoughts on these allegations which have emerged?
Well, first of all, they're deeply shocking. And I've known Ashley for decades from his service in the US government. Obviously a scholar of great renown in India and America and other places. Look, I go back to the principles of our judicial system. You are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The affidavit lays out some very serious allegations. In my old world, doing those kinds of things, if proven true, carry very serious consequences. So let's see where the court process goes. But this is a reminder that we all have to play by the rules, and indeed the rules protect us from precisely the kinds of threats that you and I have just been talking about.
All right, Atul Keshup, wonderful speaking to you. Thank
Good
you
to
very
see
much.
you, Vishnu.
Ambassador Atul Keshup, an old India hand, somebody who's really worked hard to build up this relationship, ups and downs. We've seen some significant downs, but are we at the stage where we can actually say that the relationship has been righted? Are we close to a trade deal? Will there be a meeting soon between Trump and Modi? We'll have to wait and see. For the moment, from all of us here, goodbye.
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. BMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों.
5 round fire.
Every takeoff is like gives you the pump, gives you the adrenaline rush.
चल भी सकती है मैं. Okay, let's
कौन सी
go
टीम जीतती है?
जीत तो गई. Ball guys.
बहुत बड़ी वाली बना रहा हूँ. I'm happy कि जलेबी ऐसी बनी है.
हिला के तिन पैग वाली है. बंदे पंगड़े गदी दी डिग्गी खोल के. में दे दे तू पंजाबी टच. नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच. नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच पंजाब नाच.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
A global leader, defining India's moment in history, a voice shaping the future of a changing world.
हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर AI सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं.
Catch Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world. The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks.
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. INS Vikas. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। BMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
Showcasing the NDTV 24/7 prime time, presented by Schneider Electric, Smart Home Solutions as studio partner.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching News Night with me, Raisha Sehgal. It has been a power-packed day today with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Patna and the BJP preparations for the Bihar elections going on in full swing, with the party now releasing its list of 40 star campaigners for the upcoming Bihar elections. Well, apart from that, world leaders have arrived here in New Delhi and are all set to attend the mega, huge NDTV World Summit, which will be taking place tomorrow and day after. A power-packed lineup of thought leaders from all over the world. Well, on that note, our top focus on News Night is the fact that US President Donald Trump has spoken with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. We'll get you the key highlights and the details of that very crucial conversation. But first, the headlines. The stage is set for the biggest intellectual show in just about 12 hours. Top thought leaders and change makers from across the world will gather at two-day NDTV World Summit at Bharat Mandapam in Delhi. US President Donald Trump says, "I'm speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin." Talks come ahead of Trump-Zelensky meet. Lawrence Bishnoi gang strikes again, targeting comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada for the third time. As NDA begins its Bihar campaign full throttle, there is still confusion and tussle within the Mahagathbandhan. The alliance is still yet to announce seat sharing with just one day to go, the first phase nominations deadline. Okay, well, countdown has begun for the NDTV World Summit. World leaders have started arriving in India for the NDTV World Summit. Among them are serving Prime Minister of Sri Lanka and former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya is on a 3-day Delhi visit, and she's going to deliver key address at the NDTV World Summit. She also met India's Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in the national capital earlier today. Ex-UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is also in Delhi for the NDTV World Summit. He met BJP Chief Nadda today. Well, from geopolitics to technology, from ecology to culture, from the architecture of economies to the imagination of societies, the NDTV World Summit seeks to move beyond analysis to reimagination, reinvention, and renewable. NDTV World Summit will take place on the 17th and the 18th of this month.
Hi India, this is Rishi Sunak. I am thrilled to be at NDTV's World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam here in New Delhi. I'm looking forward to discussing the future of global growth with India's rising stars. And of course, looking forward to seeing my good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and meeting the young leaders who are shaping the future. I'll see you there.
We already have very strong ties, right? And we are seeking to further strengthen them. And let's see how it goes.
Ma'am, how excited are you with respect to our World Summit at this point?
Very excited.
And what are you looking forward to in terms of conversations at the summit?
Well, I want to hear what the others have to say. I also want to be able to share our plans for Sri Lanka. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it very much tomorrow and to meeting Prime Minister Modi as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to Bharat Mandapam in the heart of Delhi. In less than 24 hours from now, the big NDTV World Summit. Vasudha and I will be over here along with a host of NDTV anchors to tell you just why it's going to be an incredible couple of days.
That's right, Vishnu. 24 hours to go for NDTV World Summit 2025. The last time Vishnu and I were here, it was G20 presidency that India hosted. This is the same landmark location, Vishnu. And I remember there was a declaration that came out, full consensus, that war is not the way forward, dialogue is the way forward. I think the Prime Minister is going to reiterate that tomorrow at the World Summit.
I think that's such an important message because what we're looking at over here is the edge of the unknown. We live in uncertain times in India and indeed around the world. We are looking at risk, resolve, and also renewal as the primary themes this time around. It's not just a talk shop. What we are trying to do is find genuine solutions for genuine concerns. War is a real prospect. It's a real concern. It hasn't gone away. Among the speakers that we have, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister will be over here. The former Australian Prime Minister, Tony Abbott. The former British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. We've got AI experts. We've got Ajit Agarkar as well, talking about cricket. And we've got so many others, but perhaps the biggest guest of them all
is the Prime Minister, and his speech is going to be the highlight of the session. And Prime Minister, I'm told, is going to outline his vision for Viksit Bharat and what it really means for the world, isn't it, Vishnu? And for entertainment, we also have Sahil Vasudev, whose music is something that all of us are familiar with, and also Ricky Cage, somebody that we all like.
Absolutely. And these are going to be engaging sessions. These are sessions which are going to take place over the next couple of days. And we're going to be broadcasting it on NDTV 24/7, NDTV India, all our social media platforms as well. It's going to be the biggest event of its kind by any Indian television news network, where we bring the finest minds from across the world, across India, right here to India.
And the theme is Edge of the Unknown, Vishnu, and hence it's very important to watch this to understand how the world is making sense of India today.
So join us on the NDTV network as we bring you fantastic dialogue, fantastic conversations with some of the greatest thinkers on earth. It's the NDTV World Summit, the biggest event of its kind ever held in the country. And it's going to be something which is fantastic. It's not been done by any news network in India. And that is real conversation with some of the finest minds in the country. We've also got no less than the Prime Minister who's going to be with us. It's all going to take place tomorrow and day after. And as you can see, Ayush and Vedika are hard at work over here. I'm in a suit. Why are you people dressed like this?
Because the real deal is...
Or is there old people wear suits and young people wear something else?
The real deal is tomorrow, Vishnu. We're just prepping for it.
And the real question is, why are you in a suit?
Old people, colonial, anyhow.
Trust me, you have more energy than us, Vishnu.
All right, but walk with me, guys. Let's talk a little bit about the World Summit. It's called Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve and Renewal. Come on over here. What exactly are we trying to do with the theme this time around? And I would suggest that all we want to do is make this not a talk shop. It's about real solutions, right, guys?
Absolutely. And I think we have world leaders here. We have so many representatives from different sectors who will be here, not talking shop, but talking about what really matters geopolitically and otherwise that will interest all those people sitting out there.
In fact, we've got the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. We've got Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister. We've got Tony Abbott, the former Australian Prime Minister. We've got AI, the greatest minds in the world. We're going to be talking with climate change experts. We're going to be talking about Ajit Agarkar because nothing is complete without some cricket in it. What else are we trying to convey, achieve at this World Summit?
Vishnu, I think it's fascinating, right? Some of the things that you spoke about, the trends that are, the winds that are blowing.
He's our AI expert, by the way. He's going to talk about AI, I know it.
And that's exactly why I dressed in a hoodie today, just to show Vishnu that I can be the coding expert. No, but honestly, some of the AI experts you're speaking about, it's where AI meets policy, privacy, security. These are trends that we are covering here And what a magnificent stage, Vishnu.
And I think one of the big questions which will be answered as far as AI is concerned is what is it going to look like 5 years from now? Because the technology is moving so fast that I would suggest that most people over here will not have an idea. But that's something we're going to ask about, right?
Absolutely. Things in AI are not moving at lightning speed, they're moving at tectonic speeds, right? Things move so fast, LLMs are developing, and more importantly, what part and what role does India play in this AI revolution? I think that is absolutely imperative, Vishnu.
And it's not only going to be humans here, Vishnu, tomorrow.
There's going to be robots.
There's going to be a robot.
That's exactly what we are rehearsing right now.
Sleeping anchors are robots, eh?
Who's going to be right there taking center stage with a quantum physicist, Dr. Meridmore. She's going to be dancing with this robot. She's a professional ballet dancer. So we're going to see some beautiful in-sync movement on stage, and that's what we're starting with tomorrow.
And so as the three of us leave you, let me just tell you, the next couple of days across the NDTV network, NDTV 24/7, NDTV Profit, NDTV India, NDTV.com, and all of our regional channels and all of our social media networks as well, we're going to be focusing on this. And as I said, it's the biggest event of its type on any Indian news media platform that has ever taken place. Join us for the very best.
News coming in for at this point of time. US President Donald Trump has spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin just a short while ago, and this of course comes a day before US President Donald Trump is slated to meet the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Well, taking to his Truth Social platform, Trump said, and I'm quoting him here, the conversation is ongoing and it is a lengthy one. I will report the contents, as will the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, at its conclusion. The call comes ahead of Trump's meeting on Friday at the White House with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who has been pressing Trump to sell Kiev Tomahawk missiles that would allow Ukrainian forces to strike deeper into Russia. And my colleague Aditya is now joining me live on the show. Aditya, bring us up to speed with this conversation between Trump and Putin ahead of Trump and Zelensky meet. Are we looking at some kind of a thaw at this point of time? Because Trump is adamant on ending the Ukraine-Russia war.
Well, yes, Trump has been adamant since last many months, ever since he became the president for the second time in the United States, Rahisha. And clearly, this seems to be an important conversation coming at a time when there's been desperation on perhaps all sides, particularly the Ukrainian and the American side, for some kind of a ceasefire. Alaska summit did not bring the kind of desired results for Trump. And this time around, Rahisha, we are now looking at a situation where there's a lengthy conversation happening. In fact, on Truth Social, Trump a couple of hours ago tweeted and in fact put out there that he's in a lengthy conversation with Putin and some very significant discussions are happening. And this hours after claiming that, Prime Minister Modi had claimed to Trump that he will stop buying Russian oil. Indian government came out with a statement. In fact, the India's ministry spokesperson saying that there is no such call that happened between Trump and Modi. India's national position on buying Russian oil or doing trade with Russia, the Delhi-Moscow tango, is certainly going to continue. And India is believing in its strategic autonomy. And that's key. India, through the Russia-Ukraine war, Rahisha, has stressed on this fact that strategic autonomy would be key to our entire situation. But Trump and Zelensky meeting about to happen and Trump-Putin conversation, perhaps in an hour or so, Trump could come out and say more on what was decided.
Absolutely, Aditya. We wait and have to see what are the statements coming out of Trump and Putin after that conversation. But thanks for getting us the latest on this. All right, in other global news, Hamas's military wing said that significant major efforts and special equipment are needed to recover the bodies of the remaining Israeli hostages in Gaza. Al-Qassam Brigades said this yesterday, and I'm quoting them here, it had abided by what was agreed upon and has handed over all the living captives in its possession and the bodies that it could access. Hamas is required to return all 28 dead hostages as a part of the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan, but at the moment, 19 are unaccounted for. That has now raised some doubts about whether the ceasefire will hold, but in an update on Wednesday evening, two senior US advisors remained optimistic. All right, yet another firing has been reported outside Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada. This is the third such attack in just over 3 months at Kapil Sharma's cafe. The Bishnoi gang has now claimed responsibility for this latest attack. Well, 3 rounds of firing were heard outside the cafe. Video showed a man sticking his arm out of the window and then firing multiple shots from a handgun. The first firing took place on 10th of July 2025 when a man wearing a body camera opened fire at Kapil's cafe there. And the pro-Khalistani outfit, Babbar Khalsa International, later claimed responsibility. Less than a month later then, on the 7th of August, unidentified assailants opened fire again with at least 6 bullets hitting the cafe. And now on the 16th of October, for the third time, 3 rounds of gunfire have been reported right outside the area.
In a concerning development, a third incident of firing has been reported at comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in Surrey in British Columbia in Canada. The Surrey Police Service responded to an incident of firing at 4:30 a.m. on Thursday, and since the cafe was closed at that time, no one was injured in the attack. On social media, the Bishnoi gang has claimed responsibility for this attack. This is the same gang that was designated as a terror entity in Canada only a few weeks ago. And since then, several extortion and threat calls among the South Asian community in pockets where there is a sizable community of South Asians have been referenced to the Bishnoi gang. And therefore, the Surrey police have warned that all such claims on social media must not be taken at face value. However, there is a rising concern over such incidents which have grown in the recent past in areas and in cities like Surrey and Abbotsford in British Columbia. And therefore, both these cities now have a designated task force to tackle the issue of extortion and threat among the South Asian community meant to intimidate this community. In a related incident, an arrest was made in the firing outside AP Dhillon's residence in British Columbia. In this case, a person called Abjit Kingra, associated with the Bishnoi gang, was charged only a few weeks ago. Another person is believed to have fled to India. The common thread to these attacks is actor Salman Khan. He is associated both with Kapil Sharma as well as AP Dhillon, and the Bishnoi gang had claimed that these attacks are taking place because of Salman Khan, who has been threatened by this gang in India. In Vancouver, this is Maha Siddiqui for NDTV.
Well, moving on to other news that we're tracking on Newsnight for you. All eyes are now on major cabinet reshuffle in Gujarat. All Gujarat ministers except Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel resigned from their posts. Resignation of all Gujarat ministers have now been accepted. A total of 16 Gujarat ministers have resigned from their posts as a major cabinet reshuffle is coming up. The Gujarat cabinet rejig is perhaps a big move by the BJP, just as the Bharatiya Janata Party gears up for the local body polls, as well as the reshuffle in the party. Gujarat Chief Minister will meet JP Nadda, who will oversee the reshuffle along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Well, the existing council of ministers, which perhaps had, as you can see on your screens right now, 17 members, is likely to be expanded with several new faces expected to join the cabinet. The swearing-in ceremony will take place at 11:30 a.m. and this is as per the NDTV sources. Ministers like Rishikesh Patel and Mukesh Patel are likely to retain their post, whereas there will be many new entrants joining the cabinet as well. All right, the ever-evolving fashion business has a new name. Sanjay Nigam is the name in Indian fashion industry, and behind some of your favorite new gen lifestyle brands, my colleague Mayank speaks to Sanjay on why supporting young entrepreneurs matters.
In today's time, it's all about disruptive ideas. And in fashion and luxury, these ideas are much needed. Today, I'm joined by one such disruptor whose energy, innovation, and ideas have brought a whole new freshness to how fashion and business operate in our country. Sanjay Nigam, thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you for having me, Mang.
Now, thank you. Sanjay, you are an investor, you are an entrepreneur, and you are a mentor. And you are working with the fashion industry in India. Tell me why this interest in fashion?
I think before that, I would like to mention something. This is how my brain works. So while seeing you, I'm thinking that you could also become a fashion entrepreneur.
That's very kind of you.
I mean, the kind of style sense you're having, I mean, it's a great. Coming back to your question. So, for me, I think the moment I started doing things in fashion, I realized one thing, which is there's a huge gap in Indian fashion. The Indian fashion is not organized, it's ignored, yet it's a $1 billion-trillion economy. So with that thought, that gap, I started thinking to building something out of fashion. And here we are with Fashion Entrepreneur Fund, yet more IPs related to fashion, because the gap in Indian fashion is a huge, and the economy is, rolling every day. Right. So then we thought, let's make something which makes us and the young founder, young startup, and the whole fashion economy system a $1 billion business.
So you mentioned FEF, which is one of your initiative. It's Fashion Entrepreneurs Fund. Now, you're not just supporting these budding designers and businesses financially, you're also giving them a platform. Tell me the idea behind this fund particularly.
So basically, when we came with the idea, we thought if somebody just need money and you are giving the funding, if they don't have a proper mentorship, they don't have an ecosystem, they don't have a structure and right strategy, is going to be fail. Sooner or later, anybody can burn the money. So we came with the idea that we're going to create a complete ecosystem where we're going to fund, we're going to mentor, and we're going to make a complete ecosystem, and we're going to nurture the founder, yet the business. So because of that, we are not only investing in brand, we are taking care of through and through. So because they need hand-holding, and hand-holding is very much important. As you know, in fashion, there is no blueprint. There is no success print. Nobody knows. I mean, something good for you, not good for me.
It's very subjective.
Right. So we made a complete blueprint and the strategy. We stitch all these strategies, and now we're taking care of everything. Like, as I mentioned, complete ecosystem.
Right.
All right, on that note, we slip into a very short break, but a reminder for all of you watching the news night today, the stage is set for the biggest intellectual show in just about less than 10 hours from now, less than 11 hours from now, with the tickers there showing on your screens. Top thought leaders and change makers from across the world will gather for the two-day NDTV World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. And the biggest highlight, the guest of honor, the chief guest, is India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be addressing on day one, that is tomorrow, at the World Summit, NDTV World Summit at 8 p.m. IST, which will be broadcasted live on all the NDTV networks. On that note, this will be a very short break. Keep watching NDTV 24/7.
वॉल्यूम कम करेंगे? आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
मैंने कहा था ना, कुछ कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। BMAC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो NDTV सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi. This 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world.
In Bihar, bahut politics hai. The year's election super final. Can Jai Viru storm the palace? Or will Bihar double engine defend? Fierce fight, electric election. Biggest team, biggest coverage. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to elections, I am a journalist, analyst, commentator, and an advisor.
My point of view is not for the faint-hearted.
Nothing escapes my eyes. Not the leaders, not their agendas, not even the real game of elections.
हम सबको खबर देते हैं, हम सबकी खबर लेते हैं, चुनावों की भी, दावों की भी। बिहार की सोच, बिहार का फैसला।
पत्रकारिता का जो पहलू दिखता नहीं, वो हम दिखाते हैं।
इलेक्शंस की सारी खबरें मेरे साथ।
Watch me cover the Bihar battleground on NDTV 24/7.
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
5 round fire.
Every takeoff is like, gives you the pump, gives you the adrenaline rush.
चल नहीं सकती अब मैं।
Okay, let's go guys. Come on guys. जीत तो गई. Ball guys.
बहुत बड़ी वाली बना रहा हूँ. I'm happy कि जलेबी ऐसी बनी है.
नीला के दिन पैग बल्लिए बंदे पंगड़े गदी दी डिग्गी खोल के दे दे तू पंजाबी टच नाच
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking here at this hour. In Bihar, nomination window closes in next 24 hours. Mahagathbandhan still unsure on seats and names. Key ally Vikas and party given 15 seats now. The stage is set for the biggest intellectual show in just about 12 hours. Top thought leaders and change makers from across the world will gather at two-day NDTV World Summit at Bharat Mandapam in Delhi. Lawrence Bishnoi gang strikes again, targeting comedian Kapil Sharma's Caps Cafe in Canada for the third time. Infosys founder Narayana Murthy and his wife Sudha Murthy have refused to participate in the Karnataka government socio-economic survey. PM Modi's Viksit Bharat push in Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates several developmental projects worth rupees 13,430 crore rupees. Promises to make Andhra a global AI hub in the future. Breaking news coming in at this hour. US President Donald Trump has just now concluded his phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump assures Putin that he will meet the Russian president in Budapest in Hungary, where Trump has also claimed that Middle East success will help in Ukraine war. Negotiations team led by Rubio will be meeting Russian delegation soon. Trump has also said after the successful phone call with Putin that talked about Russia-US trade as well. My colleague Aditya Rajkol is also joining me for more details. Aditya, to highlight the need for the conversation.
Well, certainly, it's a very significant conversation, Aditi, that's taking place between Trump and Putin. Of course, they've had multiple rounds of conversations in the past as well, the biggest of all, the Alaska Summit for peace between Russia and Ukraine. But it does seem that there is some substantial progress that's been made. In fact, Donald Trump saying that it was not just the Ukraine war that was discussed, also the trade was discussed between US and Russia. Once the war is over, how the trade can be taken forward. Apart from that, he said that Russian President Putin was appreciative of the fact that a Middle East peace process was achieved by Donald Trump, and this was being dreamt of for centuries together. He said that there will be a meeting of the high-level advisors led by Marco Rubio between Russia and US. There are other senior officers and diplomats from US that will participate in this. This will happen next week, and subsequently there will be a meeting in Hungary between Putin and Donald Trump. Could we see an end of the war in the next few weeks? Well, there are no guesses that we can make right now, but there is a step-by-step progress that's being made. It's a very important day for India as well, because Trump had suggested that Prime Minister Modi has told him that India will not buy Russian oil anymore. But Indian government making it stand very clear that strategic autonomy remains, India's diversification also remains, but whatever trade or Russian oil that India is getting will only continue for now. But what happens to the US-India trade deal is also something that many have been asking. Perhaps we'll have an answer in the next few weeks, but an important announcement by the US President Donald Trump, who achieved a Middle East peace process with the Gaza peace deal and now is looking towards a peace process between Ukraine and Russia. There's a lot of desperation, fatigue and exhaustion, especially on the Ukrainian side. for the entire war to end. Will that happen? Perhaps we will know in the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely, Aditya. Thank you so much for detailing that. And as the window for the nomination is about to close in the next 24 hours, Congress party has released another list of candidates for Bihar. This time, 48 candidates have been announced in Bihar elections from the Congress party. Bihar Cong chief will be fighting from Kutumba, as well as several names have been announced. But the big question is again, when is the seat sharing deal in the Mahagathbandhan be announced? Where is this meeting headed between the alliance leaders while the Congress party is releasing candidate list? Where is the seat sharing agreement that will be finalized between Tejashwi Yadav, Rahul Gandhi and others? The whole agenda of this meeting was Rahul Tejashwi holding a meeting, but that meeting is not going to happen soon. The aides are meeting, there is a team meeting going on, huddles in both camps, but the final result is nil. We are seeing another list coming in from the Congress party. Several faces are being promised that they will contest this election. But the question is, where is the seat sharing formula? That is the biggest question till now. My colleague Raman Rai is joining me, who's tracking all these Bihar details and developments. Raman, first highlight the names in the Congress list that has just now come out.
Yes, it's been too late, but still the Congress first list is coming out, and 48 names have been declared by the Congress party. And some of the big names are the Shakil Ahmed Khan, who has been CLP leader earlier with the Congress party, and Congress Bihar President Rajesh Ram also got the ticket this time. Sitting MLA Neetu Kumari and Pratima Kumari Das, these are the two female figure of Congress party. They had earlier contested and they both repeated the tickets from the Congress party, and around 48 members have been declared by the Congress party in the first list Congress declared today, and yet there is not seat sharing and deal is done inside the India alliance, but still Congress party is declared the 48 names of the candidates.
And one important point over here, and the one constituency that is in focus, is the Bachwara constituency, which will now see a friendly fight because left has already announced their own candidates. So why is Mahagathbandhan fighting each other instead of posturing a stronger front in front of the NDA?
Exactly. See, there are 3 or 4 seats where the Congress party and the RJD and the VIP are colliding with each other, like Bachwara seat, where the Congress has also fielded their candidate. CPIML also fielded their candidate on that Bachwara seat, as well as the Jale seat and the Kehalgaon seat. These 2 seats are the seats where the RJD and Congress both are trying to contest on these seats, and the tussle is still going on. But Congress party still released their first list, and we have to wait for the RJD's first list, that how many candidates and whom are the candidates which get their names in the first list of RJD.
Absolutely. Raman, do stay with me as more news from the Bihar elections is coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in Bihar, is holding a meeting of the BJP Election Management Committee at the party office. The meeting is being attended by Bihar BJP State President Dilip Jaiswal, Union Minister Nityanand Rai and Samrat Chaudhary, who is the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister. Several organizational leaders are also present in this key meeting. The discussion is focused on strategizing for the upcoming elections. All eyes on how Ekjut NDA will dethrone and pick its own candidate. Will it be Nitish Kumar who will be repeated as a chief minister, or will we see another twist? Remains to be seen as this key meeting is underway. My colleague Raman Rai stays with me for more details. Raman, do tell us about the inside scoop, if you have some, the inside track from this meeting that Amit Shah is holding.
Exactly, right now it's 11 p.m. and we are standing outside the BJP office, and the meeting is still going on inside the party office in Patna, where Amit Shah is heading the meeting with the Bihar BJP unit, as well as the election committee core members are also presented in this meeting. Bihar BJP state in charge Dilip Jaiswal, Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary and the Central Minister Nityanand Rai. they all participating in this meeting, and the meeting is going on. Amit Shah is taking all the preparations which had been done by the BJP to strengthen their unit in the Bihar Assembly election, because tomorrow is the last day of the filing the candidature for the first phase of assembly polls in Bihar. And Amit Shah will also hold two programs in Bihar. One in Taraiya, he will address a public rally in Taraiya, and second one he will hold in Patna in Bapu Savagar, where he will interact with the intellectual people and strengthen the BJP in Bihar.
Absolutely, Raman, and we will be tracking that when the meeting will be over, what decision will come out, how is the NDA actually preparing, will there be a new strategy that NDA will opt for in this election against the Mahagathbandhan, or will the MGB see the same old battle, Bihar and other states? We'll continue that as well. Raman, do stay with me, more inputs are coming in from the Bihar elections. More stars in Bihar elections are now in the contesting. Mahagathbandhan has given a ticket to Khesari Lal Yadav. He is the Bhojpuri superstar. He will be contesting from Chhapra on the RJD ticket. The Rashtriya Janata Dal has fielded Bhojpuri superstar Khesari Lal Yadav as its candidate from the Chhapra Assembly constituency for the upcoming Bihar elections. Initially, the party had allotted the ticket to Chanda Devi, Khesari Lal's wife. However, it was found that her name was not on the voter list. The RJD decided to replace her with Khesari Lal. And now, Raman, if you're still with me, detail, we will go to Raman, but we have the reaction coming in from Khesari Lal Yadav after his name was announced. Take a look.
मैं हमेशा कोशिश यही रहा है कि जिस तरह मैं मुंबई शहर में रह के अपने बच्चों का परवरिश कर रहा हूँ, अच्छे स्कूल दे रहा हूँ, अच्छे अस्पताल दे रहा हूँ, उसी तरह हमारे बिहार के बच्चों का भी भविष्य हमारे बच्चों की तरह तय हो और हमारे बच्चों को बाहर गांव ना जाना पड़े। बट मैं हृदय से और दिल से हमेशा से मैं इस परिवार का हिस्सा रहा हूं, और हिस्सा ही नहीं बल्कि एक परिवार का बेटा भी हूं। मैं एक छोटा बेटा की तरह हमेशा प्रयास कर रहा हूं, और चाचा का आशीर्वाद हमेशा मुझे मिला है, राबड़ी माता का आशीर्वाद मिला है, दीदी का मिला है, भैया का मिला है। आज आप सब लोग बदलाव चाहते हैं, मैं ही नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि पूरा बिहार बदलाव चाहता है, और उस बदलाव में एक मेरा भी योगदान हो, इसीलिए इस बदलाव के साथ मैं भी जुड़ना हूं।
And Raman stays with me. Raman, Khesari Lal Yadav tried his best to get his wife a ticket as well before saying that he will continue to campaign for RJD.
Yes, earlier Khesari Lal Yadav also contested and also did so. Also performed shows for RJD and in favor of RJD. That's why RJD gave ticket to Khesari Lal Yadav, and Tejasvi Yadav joined by Khesari Lal Yadav and her wife also joined RJD today. But now Khesari Lal Yadav posted on their Facebook account that he will gonna contest from the Chhapra seat on the ticket of RJD. And as we all know that Khesari Lal Yadav is a close aide of Lalu Yadav's family. Earlier he also performed stage shows for RJD, also campaigned for RJD in the Lok Sabha election, and this time Khesari Lal Yadav will contest from the seat of Chhapra on the ticket of RJD, and this will give a big boost to the RJD unit because Pawan Singh is performing for BJP and Pawan Singh is also on the star campaigner list of BJP. So there is a tussle of war between Khesari Lal Yadav and as well as Pawan Singh in the upcoming Bihar Assembly election, where we'll see Khesari Lal Yadav will be contesting on the ticket of RJD and Pawan Singh will do election campaign for BJP in Bihar.
Absolutely, star pracharaks versus star pracharaks. Both camps are riding on that star power, but will it convert into votes remains to be seen. Raman, thank you so much for giving us all those details. Keep tracking what's happening in Bihar, as we will going back to you again and again as and when the updates trickle in. But with that, we're taking a look at what's happening in the world, where the gangs are now targeting celebrities, and it is yet another firing that has been reported outside Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada. This is the third such attack in just over 3 months at Kapil Sharma's cafe. The Bishnoi gang has claimed responsibility for the latest attack. 3 rounds of firing were heard outside the cafe. Video showed a man sticking his arm out of the window. The visual is on your screen of 10th July. First incident, 10th July, then second incident of firing, and then the third was reported on 16th October. all visuals are on your screens. This is how the intimidating tactics of these gangs are working. This is what they want, to silence the voices. But rest be assured, Kapil Sharma has said that such attacks do not ever give any threat to him. But the attacks continue. The Khalistani outfit has also claimed responsibility. These are the incidents that we keep on picking up with Canada, that they need to nip in the bud such anti-India elements. But so far, Canada has failed to take any action against the Bishnoi gang, the other Khalistani elements which are active on its ground. What will happen remains to be seen as India continues to rake this issue with Canada. On that note, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
A global leader, defining India's moment in history, a voice shaping the future of a changing world.
हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर AI सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं.
Catch Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world. The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks.
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest elections. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
Countdown has begun for NDTV World Summit. World leaders have started arriving in India for NDTV World Summit. Among them are serving Prime Minister of Sri Lanka and former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Sri Lankan PM Harini is on a 3-day Delhi visit and she is going to deliver a key address at NDTV World Summit. She also met Amit Jaishankar in the national capital. Former UK PM Rishi Sunak is also in Delhi for NDTV World Summit. He met BJP Chief JP Nadda. From geopolitics to technology, from ecology to culture, from the architecture of economics to the imagination of societies, the NDTV World Summit seeks to move beyond analysis to reimagination, reinvention and renewal. NDTV World Summit tomorrow and day after. Stay tuned to NDTV to watch all the details.
Hi India, this is Rishi Sunak. I am thrilled to be at NDTV's World Summit at the Bharat Mandapam here in New Delhi. I'm looking forward to discussing the future of global growth with India's rising stars. And of course, looking forward to seeing my good friend Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and meeting the young leaders who are shaping the future. I'll see you there.
We already have very strong ties, right? And we are seeking to further strengthen them. And let's see how it goes.
Ma'am, how excited are you with respect to our World Summit at this point?
Very excited.
And what are you looking forward to in terms of conversations at the summit?
Well, I want to hear what the others have to say. I also want to be able to share our plans for Sri Lanka. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it very much tomorrow and to meeting Prime Minister Modi as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to Bharat Mandapam in the heart of Delhi. In less than 24 hours from now, the big NDTV World Summit. Vasudha and I will be over here along with a host of NDTV anchors to tell you just why it's going to be an incredible couple of days.
That's right, Vishnu. 24 hours to go for NDTV World Summit 2025. The last time Vishnu and I were here, it was G20 presidency that India hosted. This is the same landmark location, Vishnu. And I remember there was a declaration that came out, full consensus, that war is not the way forward, dialogue is the way forward. I think the Prime Minister is going to reiterate that tomorrow at the World Summit.
I think that's such an important message because what we're looking at over here is the edge of the unknown. We live in uncertain times in India and indeed around the world. We are looking at risk, resolve, and also renewal as the primary themes this time around. It's not just a talk shop. What we are trying to do is find genuine solutions for genuine concerns. War is a real prospect. It's a real concern. It hasn't gone away. Among the speakers that we have, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister will be over here. The former Australian Prime Minister, Tony Abbott. The former British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. We've got AI experts. We've got Ajit Agarkar as well, talking about cricket. And we've got so many others, but perhaps the biggest guest of them all
is the Prime Minister, and his speech is going to be the highlight of the session. And Prime Minister, I'm told, is going to outline his vision for Viksit Bharat and what it really means for the world, isn't it, Vishnu? And for entertainment, we also have Sahil Vasudev, whose music is something that all of us are familiar with, and also Ricky Cage, somebody that we all like.
Absolutely. And these are going to be engaging sessions. These are sessions which are going to take place over the next couple of days. And we're going to be broadcasting it on NDTV 24/7, NDTV India, all our social media platforms as well. It's going to be the biggest event of its kind by any Indian television news network, where we bring the finest minds from across the world, across India, right here to India.
And the theme is Edge of the Unknown, Vishnu, and hence it's very important to watch this to understand how the world is making sense of India today.
So join us on the NDTV network as we bring you fantastic dialogue, fantastic conversations with some of the greatest thinkers on earth. It's the NDTV World Summit, the biggest event of its kind ever held in the country. And it's going to be something which is fantastic. It's not been done by any news network in India. And that is real conversation with some of the finest minds in the country. We've also got no less than the Prime Minister who's going to be with us. It's all going to take place tomorrow and day after. And as you can see, Ayush and Vedika are hard at work over here. I'm in a suit. Why are you people dressed like this?
Because the real deal is...
Or is it old people wear suits and young people wear something else?
The real deal is tomorrow, Vishnu. We're just prepping for it.
And the real question is, why are you in a suit?
Old people, colonial, anyhow.
Trust me, you have more energy than us, Vishnu.
All right, but walk with me, guys. Let's talk a little bit about the World Summit. It's called Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve and Renewal. Come on over here. What exactly are we trying to do with the theme this time around? And I would suggest that all we want to do is make this not a talk shop. It's about real solutions, right, guys?
Absolutely. And I think we have world leaders here. We have so many representatives from different sectors who will be here, not talking shop, but talking about what really matters geopolitically and otherwise that will interest all those people sitting out there.
In fact, we've got the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. We've got Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister. We've got Tony Abbott, the former Australian Prime Minister. We've got AI, the greatest minds in the world. We're going to be talking with climate change experts. We're going to be talking about Ajit Agarkar because nothing is complete without some cricket in it. What else are we trying to convey, achieve at this World Summit?
Vishnu, I think it's fascinating, right? Some of the things that you spoke about, the trends that are, the winds that are blowing.
He's our AI expert, by the way. He's going to talk about AI, I know it.
And that's exactly why I dressed in a hoodie today, just to show Vishnu that I can be the coding expert. No, but honestly, some of the AI experts you're speaking about, it's where AI meets policy, privacy, security. These are trends that we are covering here. And what a magnificent stage, Vishnu.
And I think one of the big questions which will be answered as far as AI is concerned is what is it going to look like 5 years from now? Because the technology is moving so fast that I would suggest that most people over here will not have an idea. But that's something we're going to ask about, right?
Absolutely. Things in AI are not moving at lightning speed, they're moving at tectonic speeds, right? Things move so fast, LLMs are developing, and more importantly, what part and what role does India play in this AI revolution? I think that is absolutely imperative, Vishnu.
And it's not only going to be humans here, Vishnu, tomorrow. There's
going to be robots.
There's going to be a robot.
That's exactly what we are rehearsing, right?
Sleeping anchors are robots, eh?
Who's going to be right there taking center stage with a quantum physicist, Dr. Meridmore.
Yeah.
She's going to be dancing with this robot. She's a professional ballet dancer. So we're going to see some beautiful in-sync movement on stage, and that's what we're starting with tomorrow.
And so as the three of us leave you, let me just tell you, the next couple of days across the NDTV network, NDTV 24/7, NDTV Profit, NDTV India, NDTV.com, and all of our regional channels and all of our social media networks as well. We're going to be focusing on this. And as I said, it's the biggest event of its type on any Indian news media platform that has ever taken place. Join us for the very best.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं, एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
What does the youth of Bihar want in this election? I will dissect and explain.
When it comes to elections, I crunch numbers and tell you what others miss.
Bihar elections, the what, why and how.
I read Bihar politics like no one else.
For over 4 decades now, I have had a ringside view of some of India's biggest election. This time, I will bring to you the twists and turns of Bihar elections.
Understand the real election dynamics in Bihar. With me on Bihar battleground.
The ultimate battle for Bihar. NDTV unites the biggest voices, unmissable debates and data discourse. Battleground Bihar on NDTV 24/7.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi this October. (17th to 18th October) on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking here at this hour. In Bihar, nomination window closes in next 24 hours. Mahagathbandhan still unsure on seats and names. Key ally Vikas and party given 15 seats now. The stage is set for the biggest intellectual show in just about 12 hours. Top thought leaders and change makers from across the world will gather at two-day NDTV World Summit at Bharat Mandapam in Delhi. Lawrence Vishnoi gang strikes again, targeting comedian Kapil Sharma's Caps Cafe in Canada for the third time. Infosys founder Narayana Murthy and his wife Sudha Murthy have refused to participate in the Karnataka government socio-economic survey. PM Modi's Viksit Bharat push in Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates several developmental projects worth rupees 13,430 crore rupees. Promises to make Andhra a global AI hub in the future. Breaking news coming in at this hour. US President Donald Trump has just now concluded his phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump assures Putin that he will meet the Russian president in Budapest in Hungary, where Trump has also claimed that Middle East success will help in Ukraine war. Negotiations team led by Rubio will be meeting Russian delegation soon. Trump has also said after the successful phone call with Putin that talked about Russia-US trade as well. My colleague Aditya Raj Kaul is also joining me for more details. Aditya, to highlight the need for the conversation.
Well, certainly, it's a very significant conversation, Aditi, that's taking place between Trump and Putin. Of course, they've had multiple rounds of conversations in the past as well. The biggest of all, the Alaska summit for peace between Russia and Ukraine. But it does seem that there is some substantial progress that's been made. In fact, Donald Trump saying that it was not just the Ukraine war that was discussed, also the trade was discussed between US and Russia. Once the war is over, how the trade can be taken forward. Apart from that, he said that Russian President Putin was appreciative of the fact that a Middle East peace process was achieved by Donald Trump, and this was being dreamt of for centuries together. He said that there will be a meeting of the high-level advisors led by Marco Rubio between Russia and US. There are other senior officers and diplomats from US that will participate in this. This will happen next week, and subsequently there will be a meeting in Hungary between Putin and Donald Trump. Could we see an end of the war in the next few weeks? Well, there are no guesses that we can make right now, but there is a step-by-step progress that's being made. It's a very important day for India as well, because Trump had suggested that Prime Minister Modi has told him that India will not buy Russian oil anymore. But Indian government making it stand very clear that strategic autonomy remains. remains. India's diversification also remains, but whatever trade or Russian oil that India is getting will only continue for now. But what happens to the US-India trade deal is also something that many have been asking. Perhaps we'll have an answer in the next few weeks, but an important announcement by the US President Donald Trump, who achieved a Middle East peace process with the Gaza peace deal and now is looking towards a peace process between Ukraine and Russia. There's a lot of desperation, fatigue and exhaustion, especially on the Ukrainian side, for the entire war to end. Will that happen? Perhaps we will know in the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely, Aditya. Thank you so much for detailing that. And as the window for the nomination is about to close in the next 24 hours, Congress party has released another list of candidates for Bihar. This time, 48 candidates have been announced in Bihar elections from the Congress party. Bihar Cong chief will be fighting from Kutumba, as well as several names have been announced. But the big question is again, when is the seat sharing deal in the Mahagathbandhan be announced? Where is this meeting headed between the alliance leaders while the Congress party is releasing candidate list? Where is the seat sharing agreement that will be finalized between Tejashwi Yadav, Rahul Gandhi and others? The whole agenda of this meeting was Rahul Tejashwi holding a meeting, but that meeting is not going to happen soon. The aides are meeting, there is a team meeting going on, huddles in both camps, but the final result is nil. We are seeing another list coming in from the Congress party. Several faces are being promised that they will contest this election. But the question is, where is the seat sharing formula? That is the biggest question till now. My colleague Raman Rai is joining me, who's tracking all these Bihar details and developments. Raman, first highlight the names in the Congress list that has just now come out.
Yes, it's been too late, but still the Congress first list is coming out and 48 names have been declared by the Congress party. And some of the big names are the Shakil Ahmed Khan, who has been CLP leader earlier with the Congress party, and Congress Bihar President Rajesh Ram also got the ticket this time. Sitting MLA Neetu Kumari and Pratima Kumari Das, these are the two female figure of Congress party. They had earlier contested and they both repeated the tickets from the Congress party, and around 48 members have been declared by the Congress party in the first list Congress declared today, and yet there is not seat sharing and deal is done inside the India alliance, but still Congress party is declared the 48 names of the candidates.
And one important point over here, and the one constituency that is in focus is the Bachwara constituency, which will now see a friendly fight because left has already announced their own candidates. So why is Mahagathbandhan fighting each other instead of posturing a stronger front in front of the NDA?
Exactly. See, there are 3 or 4 seats where the Congress party and the RJD and the VIP are colliding with each other, like Bachwara seat, where the Congress has also fielded their candidates. CPIML also fielded their candidate on that Bachwara seat, as well as the Jale seat and the Kehalgaon seat. These 2 seats are the seats where the RJD and Congress both are trying to contest on these seats, and the tussle is still going on. But Congress party still released their first list, and we have to wait for the RJD's first list, that how many candidates and whom are the candidates which get their names in the first list of RJD.
Absolutely. Raman, do stay with me as more news from the Bihar elections is coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in Bihar, is holding a meeting of the BJP Election Management Committee at the party office. The meeting is being attended by Bihar BJP State President Dilip Jaiswal, Union Minister Nityanand Rai and Samrat Chaudhary, who is the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister. Several organizational leaders are also present in this key meeting. The discussion is focused on strategizing for the upcoming elections. All eyes on how Ekjut NDA will dethrone and pick its own candidate. Will it be Nitish Kumar who will be repeated as a chief minister, or will we see another twist? Remains to be seen as this key meeting is underway. My colleague Raman Rai stays with me for more details. Raman, do tell us about the inside scoop, if you have some, the inside track from this meeting that Amit Shah is holding.
Exactly. Right now it's 11 p.m. and we are standing outside the BJP office, and the meeting is still going on inside the party office in Patna, where Amit Shah is heading the meeting with the Bihar BJP unit, as well as the election committee core members are also presented in this meeting. Bihar BJP state in charge Dilip Jaiswal, Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, and the Central Minister Nityanand Rai. They all participating in this meeting, and the meeting is going on. Amit Shah is taking all the preparations which had been done by the BJP to strengthen their unit in the Bihar Assembly election, because tomorrow is the last day of the filing the candidature for the first phase of assembly polls in Bihar. And Amit Shah will also hold two programs in Bihar. One in Taraiya, he will address a public rally in Taraiya, and second one he will hold in Patna in Bapu Savagar, where he will interact with the intellectual people and strengthen the BJP in Bihar.
Absolutely, Raman, and we will be tracking that when the meeting will be over, what decision will come out, how is the NDA actually preparing, will there be a new strategy that NDA will opt for in this election against the Mahagathbandhan, or will the MGB see the same old battle? Bihar and other states will continue that as well. Raman, do stay with me. More inputs are coming in from the Bihar elections. More stars in Bihar elections are now in the contesting. Mahagathbandhan has given a ticket to Khesari Lal Yadav. He is the Bhojpuri superstar. He will be contesting from Chhapra on the RJD ticket. The Rashtriya Janata Dal has fielded Bhojpuri superstar Khesari Lal Yadav as its candidate from the Chhapra Assembly constituency for the upcoming Bihar elections. Initially, the party had allotted the ticket to Chanda Devi, Khesari Lal's wife.